It is fight night here on ProBox TV, your boxing channel, live from the ProBox TV Event Center, Plant City, Florida. It is going to be a great one. We are just minutes away from Wednesday night fights here on your boxing channel. I am George D. Metellus. We have the champs, Paulie Malignaggi and Chris Algieri, and George Jakovic as well. And George, I am looking forward to this fight card, especially that main event between Pauldo and Madueño. These guys are going to be there to watch the fight and analyze it ringside. Man, this is going to be good. It's good to have Wednesday night fights back on Wednesdays.
This is my favorite night of the week, Wednesday night, because we got Wednesday night fights on ProBox TV. You talked about that main event. Don't forget that co-main, Naji Lopez against Marcos Escudero. Naji Lopez, by the way, who Teddy Atlas picked as his prospect of the year. So that's high praise coming from Teddy Atlas. Chris, Paulie, let's talk about that co-main first. 10 rounds, light heavyweights, Naji Lopez. It's going to be his 10th fight. But Chris, this is his first 10-round fight, so he's taking a step up.
Yeah, I mean, he's been stepping up each and every time out. He's had 8, like you said, he's had 8 of his fights on ProBox Air, which means he's had 8 tough fights, because there are no easy fights on ProBox TV. And this is just another step up in the career arc of Naji Lopez, who people have very high praises for. You mentioned Teddy Atlas had him as prospect of the year last year, which is a major, major statement for someone who only has 9 fights. And, you know, stepping up to the 8-round distance, stepping in with a guy who's 14-2 with 12 knockouts, it's once again, it's another step up. And I really believe that Naji Lopez turned a corner a few fights ago. He was in a fight, he got hit with some big shots, seemed like he got rocked, and then he came back to score a big KO in that fight, broke his man down, changed his style up, it was a bit of fight in the inside, found a way to win. And I think from then, it's really upped his confidence. The skill set was always there, the power, the athleticism. He's been coming down in weight over the years. But now you add confidence to that mix, and you got a very, very dangerous man in Naji Lopez. So we got another step-up fight, and if he keeps performing the way he's been performing, every step up, he gets even better. And that's exactly what the recipe is for a prospect with his kind of amateur background and caliber. Just keep stepping it up, keep performing, keep impressing. And if he keeps impressing the way he is, and he does it once again tonight, there's very high hopes and a very, very high ceiling for Naji Lopez.
You know, it's funny, for Escudero, you know, he's got almost all knockout wins. Naji Lopez has almost all knockout wins. You know, we're talking about Naji's first 10-round fight, but it's not like Escudero's used to going the distance himself either. So this is an interesting fight because if it goes the rounds, both guys on paper have high knockout percentages, and they're dangerous punchers. You start to wonder, you know, how the fight will evolve if it goes into the later rounds. Obviously, easier said than done, because with guys with this kind of knockout record, the fights could end early regardless of what they're scheduled for. But my curiosity is to see if the fight goes some rounds. You know, we've seen the progression of Lopez, not just as a puncher, but also as a boxer, you know, and from a psychological perspective, as the champ Chris Algieri just mentioned, you know, coming back in tough fights and knowing how to finish guys off, even if they're resistant and they're putting hands on you as well, fighting smarter, fighting more intelligently. I see not just a lot of ability in Naji Lopez, but I see a guy who also loves to do what he's doing, because you don't improve like this if you don't love what you're doing. It's one thing to put the hours in the gym. All fighters put the hours in the gym. But when a fighter is this passionate, combined with the talent, I think the maturation process is sped up. And I think that's what we see with Lopez. He's a much more mature fighter than your average prospect with 9 fights. And I think the evolution of Naji Lopez goes a long way again in a fight like this, you know, because as we said on ProBox TV, we don't just feed you cupcakes and just expect you to hand out, get the free win. You know, these are fights where Lopez is being tested on paper and sometimes tested in the ring even, and he passes with flying colors, you know, and I'm curious to see how this particular fight evolves, especially if it starts to go some rounds. We're still curious about how Naji, if he can keep that smooth boxing as more rounds progress. We've seen him set up those big KOs through smooth boxing. It's not like he's just mowing guys down, throwing big punches. He's actually slowly setting them up through nice jab work, speed punches, deceptive attack, and gets those stoppages. So I want to see if that intelligent boxing remains there through rounds. If Escudero winds up becoming not only a stubborn guy, but also a guy who, you know, could be a little bit dangerous himself, as his record shows.
And Naji Lopez was also the #1 prospect of 2023 here on ProBox TV. So he has a bright future, and it's going to be a good one against the heavy-handed Argentine and Escudero. All right, let's hear from Naji Lopez ahead of tonight's fights.
During camp, man, working with Edgar, man, it was truly it was an amazing camp for the both of us. We was piggybacking off of each other. You know, the morale was up in the camp, the intensity was up. We had fun, and you know, it just me growing as more and more as a professional, and just me getting him better and he getting me better. It was great. Our camp was amazing. Fighting on ProBox TV, man, it's cool. It's real cool. It's definitely something new. It's newer than what people are usually, you know, tuned in watching. When you tune into a ProBox TV fight, you know you're gonna get a action-packed fight, an evenly matched fight, just a great fight. You know, just a competitive fight. You know what I'm saying? Especially for the young prospects. Teddy Atlas naming me Prospect of the Year, man. It's definitely an honor. Just growing up, hearing his name, and just knowing where he came from and where like he been around, like he's a legend in the sport. Just hearing that, man, it definitely pushes me and motivates me to keep going harder. 2024. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to show people what I got in store this year. Nah, it's not hard staying patient. You know, I'm in the game. I'm in the game for the long haul, man. I definitely want to take my time. Um, nah, it's not hard staying patient. I definitely want to take my time. You know, take every step it is I need to take. You know what I'm saying? I'm in it for the long haul, so I'm not worried. I'm not trying to rush. I'm not trying to do none of that. I just want to do it the correct way, do it the smart way, and just keep getting better and progressing every time, every step of the way. I know he's game for sure. I know he's a game opponent. I know he's coming to fight. He's coming to win, and we're gonna put on an amazing show. I'm definitely looking forward to becoming the top dog at light heavyweight. Shoot, man, come February 28th, man, you can expect fireworks, an exciting fight, power, speed, intelligence, and be looking for a knockout. So don't move, George. Thank you, brother. Thank you, George.
All right, that's Naji Lopez. So Paulie, he mentioned that he worked with Edgar Berlanga. So he's working with more experienced fighters. How's this going to help him? And he's got a really good trainer, Mark Ferre, in his corner.
Yeah, I think it's a great team when you're able to compete and not always be the best guy in the gym. If you're the best guy in the gym, then you got to move on to another gym. You know, if you're the biggest fish in the pond, you need bigger waters, right? So I think the competitiveness of the training facility at ProBox TV, the competitiveness of the Naji Lopez training camps, you know, with guys like Darrell Valsane and Edgar Berlanga, who just came off of a big win, it can only benefit you. You know, you're getting better and better and better. You're testing yourself each and every day. You're upping the bar every single time. And it can only help you. You know, I can remember coming up in a gym, Gleason's gym, when I was coming up the ladder, and it was, I mean, producing world champions. It has produced a lot of world champions. So, you know, the competitive aspect of that gym really continued my development. Even as I was getting better, I could never really rest on my laurels because that gym always was producing a lot of talent, and there were always better fighters than me in that gym. And so it allowed me to sort of keep excelling. And that's what I think is part of the progression for Naji Lopez. He's got a very intelligent trainer in Mark Ferre, but also he's got a very, very good fighters who he trains around, spars with, and I think that gets you, that ups your level each and every time.
Yeah, that's a very important aspect that is often overlooked is gym culture. It's the culture of the gym that you walk into, the training partners that you have around you. I was a high school wrestler, and we always said champions come in pairs, and you see that in boxing gyms as well. It's not just a single guy who goes through and stays competitive throughout, especially when you're young. You need to be surrounded by lions. You want to be in a lion's den for a gym. That just makes you that much better. Each and every person is pushing each other. And as fights progress, as your career progresses, you have to keep stepping up. And when you have other lions around you who are pushing you each and every time out, each and every sprint, you're trying to be competitive at everything you do, that makes you that much better. Improvement comes from being on the brink of failure, to the point of exhaustion, to pushing yourself beyond the limits that you're used to. And a lot of what happens as you progress in your career is the psychological aspect, understanding that you can do things that you didn't know you could do. You find that out in the gym, so when it happens on fight night, you're not unprepared. You know you can do hard things, you know you can go to the dark places, and that's what happens when you have a strong gym culture that's surrounded by lions. And that's exactly what Naji Lopez has in Mark Ferre and Berlanga and Dominique Valsain, excuse me, in ProBox TV.
Looking forward to seeing what happens with Naji Lopez. And then how about the main event? Justin Pauldo against Miguel Madueño. We look at the records, and it's 17-1, 8 by knockout for Pauldo. Madueño, 30-2, 28 by knockout. Ooh, this is going to be a good one as well, George. This main event at the lightweight division is going to be spectacular for the fans to watch.
Man, Madueño, 28 knockouts and 30 wins is impressive. But Paulie, Justin Pauldo had his last fight on ProBox look sensational. Had a knockout over Jerry Perez. So he's bringing some heat. This is a lightweight fight, 10-round lightweight fight. So, Paulie, this promises to be another good event.
Well, you know what? Forget what's on paper, man, because if you've watched ProBox TV and you've been a subscriber and you know you've been consistent with our Wednesday Night Fight series, you've seen both of these guys fight. And you've seen both of these guys fight. You've seen their styles, and you've seen that they're high contact fighters, yet they're skilled fighters, and yet they go and search. They're seek and destroy fighters as well. So forget what's on paper. Obviously, what's on paper is nice. It's nice to see nice records and all this stuff. But sometimes that can be deceiving. Sometimes the styles don't mesh. Well, these guys come and get you. They're not. And they both do it in a skilled way, and they both do it in an exciting fashion, and that's the best part about watching guys like this. They've been in good fights each and every time we've had them on the network. So you know what? We decided to match them up against each other. This is a nice battle right here between two skilled, high-energy fighters who really put on good fights, entertaining fights each and every time they fought so far on the network.
So, Chris, talking about Madueño, he did lose his last fight to Steve Claggett, who was a 140-pound fight. He's moving back to 135. A lot of knockouts, and he seems like he's a better guy at 135.
Yeah, I've seen Madueño in person several times at his fights, and I've watched him, obviously, on our air as well. He is a two-fisted destroyer. He walks you down. He tries to beat you up. He's got good power, obviously, from his record entails. But even from the eye test, I can see that he's a good puncher. He puts a lot of pressure on guys. He likes to exchange. He'll stay in the pocket, which makes this a great matchup in terms of styles. I mean, Pauldo, who we've had on our air his last two fights, has looked phenomenal, better and better. You're not going to see a more locked-in young fighter than you are in Justin Pauldo as of recently. So I think these two guys are a recipe for a fantastic fight. You've got the pressure and two-fisted power of Madueño. You've got the boxing skills and the sharpness of Pauldo. So I think these guys are not going to have trouble finding each other. Our area, our ring, our atmosphere causes guys to stand and fight a little more than they even planned to. So this is going to be an all-action affair, and I think it's going to be a very high level, exactly like how Paulie said. I mean, these guys are both very, very capable, both very, very skilled, and they got power. Even though Pauldo only has 9 KOs in his wins, he does punch harder than that. He's a tricky puncher, and he's a good counter-puncher. So this fight has a lot of stylistic variables that are going to make it very exciting. So very much looking forward to this one. But, I mean, what else is new? Wednesday Night Fights, ProBox TV. Our main events are awesome. Our co-main events are fantastic. So it's a can't-miss card.
Man, I cannot wait for these fights. Going down minutes from now, we got to talk to the $1 Million Man, and here's what he said about his fight tonight.
Well, it's another great opportunity to go out and showcase my skills and my talent to the world. And I just look at it just as I don't let it get too high. I just look at it like another fight that I got to win. Well, it's a great action-packed arena, a lot of great energy. And we put on great fights at ProBox. It's always great fights, competitive fights, and it's going to be tough matchups. But, I look forward to going out and dominating. Well, I know everything I need to know. I know that he's a come-forward guy. He got power. I know the shots that he like to throw. And the last two guys supposed to have power. But power is not everything. I got power, too. I got skills, so we'll see what happens that night. Yeah, I'll definitely be at the top, and I'll be in contention for the title. That's what I look forward to. Expect me to go out and dominate and put on another great showcase and just show my skills to the world and continue to win and move up the ladder. It's the $1 Million Man, because that's the dream, is to make $1 million in the sport of boxing. I got $1 million worth of skills, maybe even $1 billion, but that's the name.
Tail of the tape of the main event coming up in a few minutes' time here on ProBox TV, your boxing channel. It's going to be a good one in the lightweight division between Pauldo and Madueño. And don't forget, you want to make a little bit of money on this fight or some of the other fights? Don't be afraid to go to sportsbetting.ag, the official betting sponsor of Wednesday Night Fights here on ProBox TV, your boxing channel. All right, now Justin Pauldo talked about by the end of the year he wants to be a championship contender. Certainly has the record and the talent to do so. All right, Paulie, what does he have to do in terms of raising his stock so that he could get to that championship level?
Well, I think Pauldo, each and every time he's been in the ring, he shows skills and he shows excitement value. You know, he's a guy who likes to stay in the pocket, a lot of catching and shooting. He also knows how to lead, knows how to set up his attack. And I think with a guy like Madueño, he's going to have opportunities to do that because Madueño also likes to seek and destroy. But I think Pauldo is slightly more skilled. He's going to have to be careful with the body punching of Madueño, but at the same time, again, that catch and shoot could really come in handy as Madueño is a little slower and there's a little bit more daylight between his shots. If Pauldo can win in impressive fashion against guys like this, guys who come to him, so he doesn't have to really search them out. He himself goes and searches on the attack. He can become not only a guy who wins these kind of fights, who makes him and makes him more pleasing to the eye, but also makes him more exciting because again, these kind of guys make you look good if you're able to beat them. But if you slip up here against Madueño and he's going backwards, because Madueño is right there as well, and he throws punches, he throws to the body, and he doesn't go away that easily, especially on 135 pounds.
Chris, go ahead, Chris. What do you make of his championship prospects there?
Champ, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Paolo just keeps doing what he's doing on our air. He has been phenomenal the last two fights. He gets better each and every time. And to your point, Champ, he's getting more exciting. He's got a very fan-friendly style. He's super sharp. He's got good technique, but he's starting to put hurt on guys too now. He's like I mentioned, he's only got eight KOs in his 19 wins. Yeah, he punches much harder than that, and he likes to do damage. He scored a knockout over a fighter who had never been stopped in his last fight, but busted his nose up very early on, which was pretty unexpected for him to get him out as quickly as he did. And I think if he goes out there and puts on another performance like he has been on our air against a very solid Madueño, I mean, I think he's been right there. And I could see within this year, this calendar year, him being one of those guys mentioned for a title shot with one of those top 130 pounders. This is a very, very deep division, but the skill set of Justin Pauldo is that deep. But also, I think his maturity, his discipline, and how focused he is right now. He is lasered in. I mentioned that earlier. He just got a different look to him lately. This guy has his eyes on the prize, and I see him being very disciplined, and this year could be his year.
And if he keeps fighting like that, he could live up to that name. That paycheck could match the name of $1 Million Man. All right, George Jakovic, thank you very much. Paulie and Chris, looking forward to it because we are closing in on the start of Wednesday Night Fights, which is starting right here on ProBox TV.
is ProBox TV. We don't promote boxers, we promote boxing. And this is Wednesday Night Fights, brought to you by sportsfighting.ag. Go to ProBoxTV.com. Also, our ProBox TV YouTube channel. We welcome our viewers watching tonight on Fubo TV, Canela, Fox Deportes, and Rogers Sportsnet in Canada. We get things started with an 8-round matchup in the super lightweight division. Unbeaten Tsendbaatar Erdenebat, who represented his native Mongolia at the 2016 Olympic Games, fights the Black Buffalo, Mohamed Soumaoro, who looks to move to 3-0 here on ProBox TV. Back in March of last year, he was dominant against the then 12-0 Angel Vasquez. Then we move to the light heavyweight division for our co-main event. First career 10-rounder for unbeaten Naji Lopez. The 24-year-old Naji Lopez is 9-0 with 8 wins by knockout. He will face the experienced and powerful former member of Argentina's national team, Marcos Escudero, who has finished 12 of his 14 professional wins. And our main event is scheduled for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Third straight fight here on ProBox TV for the $1 Million Man. Winner of 12 straight, dating back to March of 2015. Justin Pauldo looks to defend his WBA Continental North America lightweight belt against the ultra-explosive Miguel Madueno, who makes his second appearance here on ProBox. 30 wins, 28 finishes. Hi again, everybody. I'm Mike Goldberg, of course, joined by my powerful partners, the former 2-time world champion, the Magic Man, Paulie Malignaggi, former world champion, Chris Algieri. What a main event we have tonight. The $1 Million Man has been, I think he's been about a $2 or $3 million man, Chris, every time he has fought here on ProBox TV. And you know him and his entire family.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps performing the way he's going, $1 million is going to be shooting too low, because he's looking for sensational lately on our air. Yeah, I used to spar with his brother, Daquan, who's actually in his corner now. Always a super solid pro. Had a good pro career himself, but now is working as a trainer with his brother. I mean, and like I said, he has been sensational as of late, and he's got a lot of momentum behind him, but he's got a very tough guy in front of him tonight.
Very tough guy. Ronnie Shields will be in the corner of Pauldo, but with Madueño, here's a guy who is all about the power, and if he finds a place to land that big punch, he can end the fight instantly, Paulie.
Solid puncher. He's been a guy who's kind of underperformed a little bit in his step-up fights, but he's got a chance here tonight to really put that all behind him. A two-fisted puncher, a two-fisted attacker. He goes to the body, he goes to the head very well. He likes to get in their pocket and exchange. The only problem he can have tonight with Pauldo is he going to leave too much daylight in between those punches? He's got to tighten those things up a little bit, because Pauldo loves to catch and shoot on the inside. He loves to throw with speed on the inside. He doesn't shy away from contact, and he throws those short, crisp shots. You can't allow yourself to make your activity work against you. And if you're Madueño, you can do that by making sure your shots are nice and tight on the inside.
And much to Paulie's point, Chris, it's about the toolbox, and Pauldo thinks he's got a lot more weapons in his toolbox.
Well, actually, I believe that's true. He certainly does, but the pressure of Madueño can really change things. Yeah. Pressure busts pipes, man, and this is a boxing ring. We got a small ring here. These guys know what's on the line fighting on ProBox TV. So the pressure of Madueño may be able to offset all that sharpness and good boxing skill that Pauldo has. But like the champ said, Pauldo likes to mix it up too. That could hurt him in the long run, because he is the sharper guy. He can box more from middle distance. So this is such a great matchup stylistically.
And Naji Lopez in our co-main event of the evening. We know Naji Lopez very well. He's one of ProBox TV's own. First time scheduled for 10, Paulie.
Yeah, you know what? He hasn't gotten many rounds, even in the fights he's had. So I want to see, he's scheduled for 10. But let's see if he gets through, 7 or 8 even. We're watching Naji, and his progression has been tremendously impressive. Not just for the knockout power that his record speaks of, but also the boxing skills, the way he's setting his traps, the way he's boxing in general. It's one thing when you get in the knockouts. It's one thing that when you're setting guys up with shots they don't see coming, with shots from different angles. The creativity of his boxing is what impresses me most. But then the fact that when he does get in there and land those shots, these guys are going.
His opponent, though, Escudero, says, I am a step up. Naji has not faced someone with my skill set.
Listen, I agree. I've seen Escudero in the gyms over on the east coast of South Florida. He's a very, very capable guy with a big punch. He's got a big amateur background as well. He represented the national team in Argentina. Argentina is near and dear to my heart. I even got the colors on tonight. So this is going to be a shootout for as long as it lasts.
Magic Man, Messi, Goldie, we get ready for our first fight of the night. Take a look at our odds brought to you by sportsbetting.ag. Erdenebat is a minus 1,500 against the Black Buffalo, Mohamed Soumaoro. Our first of 3 fights on a Wednesday night. Our tail of the tape for this super lightweight matchup, scheduled for 8. Born in Mongolia, 27 years old, 4 years younger than Mohamed Soumaoro. Mohamed Soumaoro will have a 6-inch reach advantage. Should be a great way to get things started on a Wednesday night with the official introductions. Here is Jim Sorensen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ProBox Event Center. And this evening's beginning of the live broadcast of Wednesday Night Fights, brought to you by sportsbetting.ag. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds in the super lightweight division. Your judges for this fight, Brian Gary, Jacob Rust Sr., and Rose Lesend. And the third man in the ring is your referee, Christopher Young. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white and black trunks. He weighed in at 136 pounds even. His record is 14 wins, 2 losses, with 6 wins by knockout. From Montreal, Quebec, Canada, please welcome Mohamed the Black Buffalo Soumaoro. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black with gold-trimmed trunks. He weighed in at 135.6 pounds. He is undefeated. His record is 8 wins with no losses and 4 wins by knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, from Los Angeles, California, by way of Tsendbaatar, Mongolia, please welcome Tsendbaatar Erdenebat.
Okay, Jimmy, listen. I'm considering this legal right here. This right here, I'm seeing good. Jimmy, you structure the dressing room. Got a tough, clean fight. In my commands all the time. Take yourselves all the time. Catch you up.
8-0 against 14-2. Super lightweight matchup contracted at 137 pounds. Mohamed Soumaoro and Tsendbaatar Erdenebat. Here we go. It's time to fight. Black with the gold trimmed trunks. The southpaw Erdenebat. Mohamed Soumaoro in the white and black trunks. Scheduled for 8.
Soumaoro, you know, a guy who a lot of times comes in as the B side and has pulled off some good upsets in his career. You know, so he's no slouch. You know, he comes in a lot of times, takes these fights in positions where he's not supposed to win. We had him here on ProBox. He beat Josiah Shirley, who was an undefeated prospect a little while back.
Yeah, he's always in excellent condition, sets a pace, very, very aggressive. Another two-fisted guy. Already you see him taking control of the center of the ring, keeping Erdenebat with his back to the ropes for most of this round.
Facing his 4th straight unbeaten opponent.
Yeah, Erdenebat's no joke, you know. When there was all those rumors about Brian Garcia getting hurt to the body, you know, it slowly started to leak out that it was Erdenebat that had dropped him to the body in the gym. When there was all that controversy about Ryan Garcia having been dropped with a body shot in the Gervonta Davis training camp.
The saga was definitely a big storyline for Erdenebat.
A little bit of TMZ here in the boxing world as well. He was part of it during that camp.
By any means necessary. Get some press. Get yourself out there.
Let's see how he does it under the lights here. Because Soumaoro is a guy who doesn't really gift you any gimmies.
No question about it. Soumaoro is coming off a setback September 23rd of last year to unbeaten Orestes Velasquez. He was stopped for the first time in his career. He said he knew it was a big fight. And Paulie, Muhammad admitted he almost put too much pressure on himself because he knew the magnitude of that matchup.
Yeah, and that can happen to you sometimes. You know, sometimes you wear yourself out mentally before you even get in the fight. And then if the fight becomes physically tough, you got nothing left. Good body shots there by Erdenebat, and he's living up to that body punching reputation.
And Erdenebat has been very, very sharp here to start round one, picking his spots very, very nicely. Nice precision, good power on his shots too. Even though he's only got 4 KOs in his 8 wins, looks like he hits harder than that.
130, the ideal weight for Tsendbaatar Hero. He was telling us in the fighter meetings, this one at 137.
Yeah, I was going to say these are small super lightweights.
Yes. 25 seconds remaining in round number 1. Black with the gold trim for the southpaw Erdenebat, Mohamed Soumaoro in the white and black trunks.
Great job mixing shots up high and low from Erdenebat.
Yeah, he doesn't neglect the body at all. You know, some guys go to the body, but this guy, he actually prefers the body. He uses the head to set up the body shots instead of the body shots set up the head shots.
T'es trop lourd dans tes coups, tu télégraphes trop, la droite, tu la cherches trop. Ton body language, your body language needs to be intense, needs to be good, that's fine. When you punch, punch looser, okay? Now you're coming in, you're forcing the right hand, laisse pas ça. Touche un peu plus avec le jab, donne-toi des freins, reste un peu plus vite.
Jonathan Wally in the corner of the Mongolian Tsendbaatar Hero. And the corner of Mohamed Soumaoro with Jesse Thompson, who has been with him since day one.
Donne-toi pas. Don't fall in it. Sois trouvé, là. Okay?
Born in Guinea, moved to Cuba at age 4, then to Blainville, Quebec, Canada, in 2008, where he started to train boxing. Mohamed Soumaoro, 14-2 record, white and black trunks, black with the gold trim for 8-0. Tsendbaatar Erdenebat. He was the southpaw.
I'll tell you what, Soumaoro coming off the first knockout loss of his career, he didn't come back with taking it easy. He can't come right back with a fight like this, you know. Shows you Soumaoro doesn't lack any confidence. He didn't lose any confidence in the loss.
No easy fights here at ProBox TV, coming off a loss. Right back into the hot water.
He came here a few days early as well, did Mohamed. He said, I may have had a setback in my last fight, but I want to remain unbeaten here on ProBox TV. Had the win that Paulie mentioned in the open over Josiah Shirley. And then the 8th round finish of Angel Vasquez here on ProBox TV, March of last year. Round 2.
Oh, big left hand up top. Staggers Soumaoro.
Yeah, nice 1-2 sharp, you know. Soumaoro does a good job of changing speed on his shots, you know. He changes trajectory, changes levels. Really nice boxing style here by Erdenebat, not Soumaoro, Erdenebat, sorry. These names are tough out here tonight.
Yeah. Very economical with his punches too. Really picks his spots. Doesn't waste anything. He's not working very hard. Soumaoro is the guy who's working much harder to get things done. But Erdenebat is the one who's being effective.
You see, like right there, he took some steam off the shots to get the accuracy. Yep. Then at times he'll put some weight behind him. He'll go to the body. He'll throw around the guard. He'll throw down the middle. Really, when guys fight like this, it makes them really difficult to anticipate. And defense is a big part of defense is anticipation. Changes range, nice there.
A lot of amateur experience for Erdenebat. Competed in the 2016 Olympic Games for his native country of Mongolia. Was eliminated in the quarterfinals by the eventual silver medalist, Shakur Stevenson.
Oh, wow.
And that was the first time, Paulie, he had faced a U.S. fighter.
I'll tell you what, man, sometimes the draw is everything, too. You know, if you get an easier run to the medal round, one more fight, he'd have at least won a bronze.
And then Robezi Ramirez captured gold and Stevenson captured silver.
Nice uppercut on the inside there by Soumaoro. And if you watch the battle of the feet, Soumaoro is actually winning.
Yeah.
The battle of the footwork, being the orthodox fighter fighting the southpaw. He's keeping that lead foot on the outside of Erdenebat, and this is why he's able to win these exchanges, landing those clean punches.
Yeah, he's trying to make it physical now. That's what I mean. Soumaoro will do anything it takes to get the win. We've seen him in the past. You know, he'll box a bit. He'll put some pressure. He'll use the physical fight aspect of things.
It's a good adjustment that he's made because he's getting pieced up in the mid-range.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You got an Olympian.
Yeah.
Typically, they're good. They're good with the shot selection.
Now listen, you don't need to stay in close with him, okay? Keep using your speed. Get that jab working.
There's that nice 1-2 right down the middle. Splits the guard. Oh, it actually didn't land as well as we thought. It was more a clean jab and then a balance shot. And there's that inside uppercut that I had mentioned on the inside with the battle of the feet. Soumaoro had his foot on the outside of that lead foot, so that left uppercut actually had a lot of power on it, even though it was short.
Scheduled for 8, round number 3. Erdenebat in the black with gold trim. He is the southpaw. He is 8-0. Mohamed Soumaoro, 14-2 as a professional in the white and black trunks.
You guys came right out the center ring and got right in the phone booth. They didn't even throw a jab. They got right in the phone booth, and they both came out with the intention is to command that center ring right now, and they're going at it.
I saw a deep breath from Erdenebat as he came out of his corner. This fight seems like conditioning may be playing a factor already.
Which would be interesting, Chris, seeing that they told us in the fighter meetings he's been walking at about 140 pounds for weeks. Oh. And this is he's kind of above his ideal weight.
Yeah,
so if conditioning is a factor, it probably isn't, Paulie, because of a weight cut.
Yeah. You know what? Judging by how the round started, I think he had an intention to start this round right at center ring, banging it out. And he took that breath and was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is meet the Black Buffalo center ring immediately at the beginning of a round.
Well, one thing we know about Soumaoro, he's got a great gas tank. He comes in great condition, absolutely. He likes this kind of fight. And honestly, he's getting the better of it on the inside. Ooh, good exchange there. Good.
Erdenebat has had some nice combinations at the start of this round. You know,
love
he
that
puts
stab
that
jab.
speed together.
Yeah, that's the real difference, champ. It's the change in tempo. Erdenebat is able to throw things light, throw things hard, throw things fast.
Around the side, up the middle.
Yep.
Uppercut.
Great variation. Good body shot on the inside there from Erdenebat.
On the counter.
Yep, left hand right through the middle. Shots like that really sap the battery.
And if Erdenebat can win the battle in the phone booth, what will happen if this fight goes back to a bit of distance, where he has been very sharp with his combinations. Coming up next, unbeaten, Naji Lopez. First career 10-round fight, as he is scheduled to face very tough Marcos Escudero. 14-2 with 12 wins by knockout.
Those sneaky body shots on the inside that Erdenebat are landing are really dangerous.
And nice little side steps as well. He's starting to, the class of Erdenebat is starting to come out here.
Yeah,
in this
starting
round.
to show.
Soumaoro ain't going nowhere, though. Nice body shot there.
In December, Erdenebat defeated 25-4 Johan Vasquez. Finished him in the 8th and final round, and his coaches talked about that he was able to do things under less than ideal circumstances. So it's kind of that mantra of getting comfortable in uncomfortable situations as you grow as a pro.
That's an excellent win, because that guy, I think, had like 20 knockouts, 25 wins. Big shot there from Erdenebat. Knocks Soumaoro off balance. Soumaoro comes right back.
Yeah, Soumaoro's always going to, especially if you give him the range, always going to come back and punches.
And Chris, that's exactly what Jonathan Wally, his trainer, said. He was a guy with a lot of power, a lot of knockouts, and Erdenebat did his job.
There's that replay here from the previous round. There's that stab jab champ Chris Algieri was talking about. You see how Erdenebat follows it up with a disciplined left-right combination and then the sidestep. You know, also, you know, so it's not just about taking pictures after you throw those punches. Now admiring your work, you see Erdenebat gets those nice crisp shots off and uses that sidestep. Continues to keep the angle where he's at the advantage.
And Champ, you had mentioned how he'll throw headshots to land body shots. He does that in general. I like that idea. He throws that hook to land the other shot. He'll throw a lead hand to land the left hand. And that's what caught Soumaoro.
And a lot of times I notice that guys throw to the body to set up the head. You know, you kind of stabilize the guy's physical presence there when you touch the body and go to the head. This guy does the opposite, man. This guy used the head as a setup for the body.
Our first fight on a Wednesday night here on ProBox TV. Wednesday Night Fights brought to you by sportsbetting.ag. The southpaw Erdenebat in the black with gold trim, white and black trunks for the Black Buffalo, Mohamed Soumaoro. Just a very patient yet persistent attack from Tsendbaatar.
Yeah, he's doing a good job changing range, landing quick, clean, sharp shots on the inside like that one, putting himself in a position where he's safe. Oh,
nicely done again.
And double uppercut with that rear hand. Soumaoro comes back with a couple of straight rights.
Really starting to unload here in round 4.
Again, I'd mentioned only 4 KOs and 8 wins, but he looks to be heavy-handed. He's throwing big bombs here. Even the shots that are being blocked by Soumaoro are going through the gloves.
And the variation of the punches really finds the openings. A little bit of showmanship as well.
Soumaoro trying to use that powerful frame to overpower Erdenebat in the center of the ring.
Oh, 2 big shots there from Soumaoro. Right hand, left hook combination.
Soumaoro in his last fight was stopped for the first time in his career. He won by 8th round TKO. His fight previous to that here on ProBox TV.
A nice counter left hand there by Erdenebat. Well-timed shot. Soumaoro's falling in. He's got to be careful not to get too over anxious and fall in like that. Erdenebat thinks back in the Olympics. You don't want to do that on the inside. You got raise your hand like that. The ref's not going to break you that fast in the pros.
Still part of Joe Goossen's camp. Jonathan Wally has been with Joe Goossen since he started boxing. He said he's like a father to me. Goossen not here tonight, but certainly watching Tsendbaatar Erdenebat. Also competed in the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo because of the pandemic. Took place in 2021.
Yeah, everything 2020 took place 2021. Euro Cup in soccer.
Yep.
The Olympics.
Soumaoro trying to finish this round 4 with a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, but Soumaoro's working so hard. Yeah. And Erdenebat is being very, very slick on the inside with his head movement, just rolling the shots, having them just miss, and even the ones that do land are partially blocked or rolled. Oh, beautiful counter over the top. There's that beautiful counter left hand over the top that Erdenebat actually landed 2 of them that round. One in the middle of the round, one right at the end. Soumaoro is just not masking his movement coming in, and Erdenebat's got his rhythm and his timing. He's able to counter him over the top at will.
And great economy of motion, which is why we saw him take that deep breath when he hit center ring a couple of rounds ago, Paulie, but very consistent, very patient. But but very effective in his attack throughout this fight.
Yeah, and Erdenebat really, even at the close range, a very good sense of timing. Yep. Soumaoro not going anywhere, and you know, his effort sometimes works against him, but sometimes he does force Erdenebat to keep working, and this is the kind of fight that develops you as a pro. Maybe Soumaoro may come up short tonight, but he'll do his job in continuing to develop the rise of Erdenebat.
Starts
progression. The progression. That's the word I'm hearing. You hate when the word doesn't come to your mind.
Progression, precision. Erdenebat's got all the P's.
Precision.
Got some power
precise,
too.
Like Goldie likes to say.
Precision. Yeah. The precision was precise.
Is precise.
Yes. There. Speaking of that precision, good hard jab upstairs after a few stab jabs down to the body.
And that's what I like about Erdenebat the most, I think, is he's just as calm at close range, picking those shots and boxing smoothly at close range as he is on the outside, the way he selects those shots and picks those spots and has that timing.
Very calm, very confident, very aware of where he is in the ring. Right on cue, smashes a combination, slides off to the right.
Did Ryan Garcia send him home? Did he get sent home after that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
But then Ryan Garcia was no longer part of Joe Goosen after that.
Yeah.
So Ryan sent himself home.
Yeah. So Ryan sent him home, but maybe then Ryan went back.
I meant in that camp before the Gervonta Davis fight. Because this guy would be he does a lot of good work with the body punching on the inside, good shot selection.
I mean, for Tank, he's fantastic work.
Yeah. That's why I keep looking. I'm like, you know what?
Southpaw.
Fighting a guy like Tank, even the same physical.
Short, stocky, southpaw with good power and good combinations and
a good counter. Again, close range.
That body.
Soumaoro keeps trying, but again, sometimes he works and sometimes he walks himself into Erdenebat's traps.
Well, it's like I said a few rounds ago. He has to work so hard to stay competitive and stay in this fight. Meanwhile, he's getting touched up with those body shots on the inside, those tricky, sneaky shots from Erdenebat.
Sometimes Soumaoro may be too competitive for his own good. Coming off that stoppage loss, he wanted to come right back and get a big win. But sometimes coming off losses like that, you may want to come back a little bit slower, you know? Good shots again by Erdenebat.
Nice liver shot. And again, he throws the right hand to land that left. There was.
That one
low.
A little low.
Accident. You all right, champ? All right, keep it clean, baby.
But they continue. 45 seconds on the clock. Round number 5. Mike Goldberg, the Magic Man. Paulie Malignaggi, Chris Algieri. Wednesday night fights. Brought to you by sportsbetting.ag on your boxing
That was a hard right hook. That stung Soumaoro.
Erdenebat knows he has the Black Buffalo hurt.
Oh, that body shot was wicked. That really hurt. He's hurt to the head and the body right now.
Yeah. Nice uppercut. Great angles.
He's trying to play possum and smother Erdenebat. Tell you, Soumaoro very, very tough, man.
Oh, another great counter by Sendi Hero, the Mongolian.
Oh, and Soumaoro was back at the belt.
I know, but that right. Hey, what I tell you, when you start going to the body, it's gonna all open up for you, okay?
A lot of momentum in that round for Tsendbaatar Erdenebat. Soumaoro did throw some good punches right at the bell.
We keep talking about how he throws one shot to land another. He threw the left hand, put it out there. Big right hook, catches Soumaoro behind the ear. He didn't see it. Wobbled him. That was a beautiful, beautiful shot. Actually, the side of the jawline there. And a few moments later, put a body shot in there as well as an exclamation point before the end of the round.
The footwork of Soumaoro has been what we have seen replace maybe the evolving jab or utilization of the jab for Mohamed, but right now in tight quarters, Erdenebat is doing an absolute absolutely spectacular job of landing at a very high percentage.
Even with the complicated shots Erdenebat can land, the creative shots, he can still go back to his basics like he's doing here, and then going back to those stiff jabs, sharp jabs, before going back to those body shots on the inside, where he can create simple and he can create complicated.
This has been a very complete performance so far from Erdenebat, showing a lot of his skills, a lot of his game that he's got in there.
Sneaky uppercut from Soumaoro. 130 may be his ideal weight, Chris, but Erdenebat, his frame is very much like Soumaoro's. He's very stocky, very powerful.
A lot of muscle on that frame.
Yep.
But yeah, I could easily see him fighting at 135 and even 130. I could see it. He'd be a real problem at 130.
How about Soumaoro trying to come forward and make this physical after the last round where, he was on the verge of going down?
There's no questioning the heart, the chin, the will of Soumaoro, man. He's in there. He's going to find any way he can to win, even if he has to go through hell to get there.
The southpaw, Erdenebat in the black and gold. Mohamed Soumaoro wanting to remain unbeaten here on ProBox TV in the white and black trunks, round 6 of 8. Snap the head back a bit, now looking for some body work. Naji Lopez and Marcos Escudero coming up next in our co-main event of the evening.
Soumaoro just doesn't have the advanced footwork to close the distance, to put himself in position to have good balance. Yeah.
Sometimes he actually falls in and walks into the counter shots of Erdenebat.
He's trying to force it rather than get himself in good position.
Yeah, and I think sometimes he's used to maybe having broken guys mentally by forcing it. Good shot there by Soumaoro on the inside. But Erdenebat is one of those high levels where you're not going to just break him by pressuring him. You're going to have to be intelligent about that pressure.
Now, Erdenebat, he's got his rhythm, he's got his timing, he understands the range. He can pick and choose when he wants to exchange and when he wants to be on the outside and use the jab.
If there was a game plan coming in, and there always is, it seems like the Mongolian Olympian has executed his game plan to perfection. Final 10 seconds, around 6. Black Buffalo needs to do something different in these final rounds to change the fate and remain unbeaten on ProBox TV. Erdenebat, training in Los Angeles for many years, born in Mongolia. Round number 7. The southpaw has looked spectacular. He is in the black with the gold trim. White and black trunks for Mohamed Soumaoro, born in Guinea, raised in Cuba, and now calls Montreal, Quebec, Canada home. Double jab early from Erdenebat. You definitely don't need the entire ring with this style of fight tonight.
Yeah, Soumaoro would gladly fight in a phone booth if he could.
Yes.
Erdenebat's got a little more game, though. He's able to step outside, use that middle distance, walk around at times. He's got those amateur eyes where he's able to see everything that's happening in the ring.
Double uppercut, body shot from Soumaoro.
Some blood from the nose of Erdenebat.
Soumaoro's been sneaky with some of those uppercuts, Chris.
Yeah, no, he's a good inside fighter, and he's a physical guy. Normally, he's the much stronger man. I don't see that tonight. He's getting moved around quite a bit, but that also could be the body work from Erdenebat that he's been establishing since round 1.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Sometimes that'll sort of take down the energy. a body attack. But, you know, one thing about Soumaoro, he'll keep you working at least. Even if you're winning here, he's going to force you to work. He's going to say, okay, if you're going to beat me, I'm not going to make it comfortable for you. That's sort of, I guess, the blood on Erdenebat's nose kind of tells you that. You know, there's continuous work from Soumaoro, even if it's not the better work.
One minute, 15 seconds, round number 7.
That's another thing. The guy, Velasquez, whom Soumaoro fought in his last fight and got stopped by, was a much, much bigger guy. He was a true super lightweight. And he has a smaller man in front of him today.
Oh,
good
shot.
right hand from Soumaoro.
That'll bring more blood out of that nose, right?
Oh, yeah. That's the thing about Soumaoro. We talked about his conditioning, we talked about his will, we talked about his spirit, and that's on display here in round 7.
Yeah, and it's one of those guys that if you can beat him, it's going to be a check well-earned and an experience well-earned as far as your development as a pro. This is one of those fights where Erdenebat, you know, will probably get the decision if it goes this way, if it keeps continuing this way. But it'll be an experience he'll take with him for further fights in his career and in his development as a pro.
Yeah, as long as he gets the win here, I mean, this is an invaluable experience in your 9th pro fight, which is super impressive to think about.
Because you got a guy who won't go away. You're winning, but he keeps testing you. He keeps making it uncomfortable for you. And as these rounds go, you know, Soumaoro continues to test that conditioning and, you know, use his experience to make things uncomfortable each and every round.
Oh, good combination.
Oh, good counter.
So that right hand there by Soumaoro, you see he ducked down like he's going to go to the body, and then he disguises it and goes right to the head. I think Erdenebat, we talked about defense being partially anticipation. I think anticipation for Erdenebat there was from a body shot, as it looked like Soumaoro was going down to throw a right hand to the body. Instead, he sold it to the body, went to the head, and landed a nice clean right hand on Erdenebat's face.
Working on the nose of Erdenebat. Main event later tonight, Justin Pauldo, Miguel Madueno. The $1 Million Man coming off an impressive win over Jerry Perez, where he busted up his nose. Perez did not get off the stool after round 3. That's our main event. Najee Lopez, Marcos Escudero coming up next. 8th and final round of this super lightweight matchup. Tsendbaatar Erdenebat, black with the gold trim. Mohamed, the Black Buffalo Soumaoro, white and black trunks. Final round. Again to the body.
Oh, had an uppercut there on the inside again.
Black Buffalo is durable like a buffalo. He's got a thick hide because he's been taking a lot of body shots tonight.
And he's fighting against the guy who has a lion and King Kong tattoo on his body. We've got the jungle covered here tonight, Chris Altieri. And no, Paulie, I'm not going to transition. Welcome to the jungle and Joe Burrow. I promise I won't.
I was thinking rumble in the jungle because these guys have been rumbling, but
that works too.
That works too.
One of the consistent things Erdenebat's done well on the inside is that counter left hand. Even in close range, he's able to sort of slip away from those inside right hands of Soumaoro. He's landed plenty of those counter left hands on the inside that have been sharp scoring blows.
Beautiful combination. Mixed up the punches really well. Finishes hard to the body.
That can be sneaky because a lot of times you think, oh, good shot there. Again, that counter. That slip and rip has been there all night for Erdenebat. It's been one of the most effective things for him.
Yeah, and then a big left hand up top. Soumaoro took it well, though. He's mentioned the durability.
Stopped for the first time in his professional career in his last fight. This one Now with 60 seconds remaining.
I tell you, people are going to look at Erdenebat with, oh, good left hand again, the counter left hand. Nice follow combination here by Erdenebat. People are going to look at Erdenebat with his record of 9-0 with 4 KOs if he goes the distance here. And they're going to think he can't hit and he can't hurt you. But this kid can fight, man. And this kid will hurt you with the accuracy of his punches and combination punching and the creativity of the shot selection that he's got.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if
There's a perfect example right there.
yeah, if Soumaoro wasn't so tough, you know, this fight would have ended rounds ago because Erdenebat can punch. I can see, we can hear it ringside. His shot selection is excellent. He just has a really tough man in front of him tonight in Soumaoro.
Can see why he advanced to the quarterfinal round.
This
2016 Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. He was 19 years old.
No, this guy can fight, no doubt about it. And Soumaoro trying to the end.
They go the distance. Tsendbaatar Erdenebat and Mohamed Soumaoro. Battle of attrition from the opening bell.
Yeah, Erdenebat came out, started fast, going right to the body, and he was very consistent all night long with the body work. Soumaoro kept putting on the pressure, trying to close the distance, trying to make the fight an inside fight, which Erdenebat was okay with. He stayed at the inside at times, picked some really good shots, but the body work was consistent throughout from Erdenebat. I really believe that sapped a lot of the battery, a lot of the juice from Soumaoro, who really, after the first couple rounds, could not find his range.
Those slipping rips, like Goldie calls them, man. They were there all night. I mean, it was consistent. At least one around.
Yeah, Erdenebat, there we go, stings him with a right hook that had Soumaoro in trouble. Really, I mean, every punch in the book was on display tonight from Erdenebat. This kid could fight, and like you said, champ, 9-0 with 4 knockouts. If he is to get the victory here, that's a very...
And people are going to take a chance on him, thinking, like, he can't punch at least.
Can't punch, yeah, okay. Good luck.
It is in the hands of the judges. Set with the official decision. Let's get it into the ring to Jim Sorensen.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for these two warriors? And after 8 rounds, we will go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Rose Lassen sees this fight 79-73. Judges Brian Gary and Jacob Rust Sr. see this fight 80-72 in a unanimous decision victory for still undefeated Tsendbaatar Erdenebat.
Dominant performance for the Olympian. Moves to 9-0 in his professional career. Soumaoro experiences a setback for the first time here on ProBox TV. Nose bloodied a bit, but far from beaten, and a big smile on the face of Erdenebat. Up next, Naji Lopez, 9-0 with 8 finishes against Marcos Escudero, the killer machine. Born in Argentina, fighting out of South Florida, looking to hand Naji Lopez his first loss as a professional here tonight on ProBox TV. Naji Lopez, an impressive prospect, and he visited with our own Beatrice Calise moments ago.
Naji Chino Lopez, you started fighting at 209 pounds, and now you're fighting at 175. Are you planning to change divisions, or are you going to stay in the same division?
I'm definitely going to stay in the same division. I want to dominate light heavyweight, and then, you know, from there, we'll see what my body does. But
what do we expect from you tonight in this fight at ProBox TV?
An entertainment and explosive fight, a smart fight, an intelligent fight, and then just be prepared for the knockout.
What do you think are the keys for the victory in this fight tonight?
Like I said before, just using my jab, a great jab, good feet, speed, power, that's it.
What do you think about your opponent?
Definitely a solid opponent. Has an experience, and he comes to fight. He's focused, I'm focused, and it's going to be a great fight tonight.
So we're expecting to see a great show, so don't miss out. Naji, thank you so much. Thank you.
Beatrice, thank you very much. Najee Lopez, Marcos Escudero, 10-round light heavyweight matchup here on Wednesday Night Fights, brought to you by sportsbetting.ag, is coming up next. There's always big news happening in the world of boxing, and there's always a storyline when it comes to Saul Canelo Alvarez. Who will he fight next? Well, how deep of waters does Canelo really want to swim in? This will be discussed right here, right now, by our crew.
On the strength of this past weekend's win for Edgar Berlanga, scoring a knockout over McCrory, word on the curb is that he could be Canelo's next opponent.
Canelo's looking for at this point in his career. So Canelo, again, I'm going to tell you guys again, he's trying to maximize his money. He's trying to exit the game, still on top, and that's the reason why he won't fight against Benavidez. There's no point for him to fight against Benavidez in his eyes because he's felt that he's already done enough in the sport. 17 world championships. He feels that it won't even add to his legacy. So when you have a fighter like Canelo believing that, and you have fans like ourselves that says, we want to see you fight against the belt, against the best, and you're holding down all these belts, it's, in our eyes, it's disrespectful. However, in his eyes, it's like, I'm in control. I'm the cash cow. I can do what I want. All the sanctioning bodies are going to follow suit. And so, Canelo Alvarez, we could be seeing Canelo Alvarez in the near future, I'd say in May, against Berlanga.
Tim, I want to piggyback on something you said, that he's trying to maximize the money, and that he probably is. Then fight Jake Paul. Give up the belts and fight Jake Paul.
Why not?
If you're maximizing the money.
Nah,
right?
but that's the problem. He's trying to maximize. He's prioritizing the money and disrespecting the sport, but at the same time, he's trying to sell it like he's not. You would be disrespecting the sport, and it would be hard to sell it as you're not doing that. So he's trying to sell it like he's not doing it, and he thinks everybody's stupid.
We are getting set for Najee Lopez, the proud Puerto Rican, and Marcos Escudero. And Najee Lopez has trained a lot with fellow Puerto Rican, the chosen one. Edgar Berlanga just had an amazing performance, and Canelo's always going to get his money, Chris. It looks like Edgar is too.
Well, I mean, we'll see. The word on the street is that it could possibly be Edgar coming up. Yep. If not May, then September, which is a great opportunity for him, of course. But yeah, no, I mean, big money winning that Canelo sweepstakes, if that's what it's to be.
And that's a great way to put it. That Chris just said, Paulie. It is a magical Canelo sweepstake.
It is, but I stand by what I keep saying that the top guys, the top #1 contender can't be waiting 2 years for the title shot. It's kind of a shame that David Benavidez has had to keep waiting. It looks like it's going to be either Munguia or Berlanga. Interesting fights in their own right, but you want to see the most deserving guy get a title shot, in my opinion, and that would be David Benavidez. But let's see. You know, Berlanga ended up getting a KO that was kind of, we were all wanting, you know, in some ways. He left everybody wanting after all the KO streak, and now he came back and got one. He had gone the distance 4 or 5 fights in a row. So he's sort of been having his own kind of progression since starting to go the distance, and he showed a little bit of other wrinkles in that fight last week. I'm not sure if it's time is now for a Canelo fight. I'd like to see him develop more, but if he is to get it, like you said, it is a sweepstakes. You got to be in it to win it.
Don't really have a choice when that opportunity comes up. You got to open it. Ready or not, here I come. Ready or not.
Yeah, dollar bill. It talks, and the chosen one may be the one who is chosen to fight Canelo Alvarez next. And as I mentioned, he has worked extensively with Naji Lopez, who, if you're betting at sportsbetting.ag, most of the world thinks that Naji is going to move to 10-0 as a professional. Our tale of the tape for this, our co-main event of the evening. The 24-year-old born in Atlanta, 6 years younger than Marcos Escudero from Argentina. Naji Lopez will have a big reach advantage. Escudero says he has not faced someone like me. Here's Jim Sorensen.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the moment you've been waiting for, your co-main event of the evening. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the light heavyweight division. Your judges for this fight, Alvaro Rodriguez, Brian Gary, and Jacob Rust Sr. And your referee for this fight, Gene Del Bianco. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks. He weighed in at 174.6 pounds. His record, 14 wins, 2 losses with 12 big wins by knockout. From Green Acres, Florida, by way of Buenos Aires, Argentina, please welcome Marcos, the Killer Machine Escudero. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing the white trunks. He weighed in at 175 pounds even. He is undefeated. His record, 9 wins with 8 big wins by knockout. From Atlanta, Georgia, please welcome Najee Lopez.
The aforementioned chosen one in the corner of Naji Lopez with head coach Mark Ferre and his brother Ray Ferre, Marcos Escudero. Marcos Escudero, Chris, is trained by a guy that you have a ton of respect for as well.
Yeah, Nafe Gorobov, who's a 2-time amateur world champion, fought for the world title as a pro several times, and never able to get that title, but very, very well-schooled, excellent boxer. Good man to have in your corner.
Here we go. It's time to fight. White trunks for Naji Lopez, black trunks for Marcos Escudero. This one's scheduled for 10 rounds in the light heavyweight division. Escudero training in South Florida by way of Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Escudero needs to be careful, consistently moving to his left side into the power hand of Naji Lopez.
Good
Good head movement there by Escudero, though. I think I think he's trying to keep Naji Lopez uncomfortable, backing up. Lopez trying to establish that jab early, as you can see. But I think if Escudero can keep that head movement working on the inside and not get hit with shots on his way in, he could make it more physical than Lopez maybe wants it. As you can see, Lopez looking to dictate with that lead hand. Good little check hook there from Naji Lopez.
Yeah, Naji's doing a good job with that lead hand, using the jabs and the hooks off the jabs. Trying to establish the range. He has a 7-inch reach advantage, as you can see. Very tall, very long for the weight class is Naji Lopez.
And this is the weight class that he will look to excel in, 175. There was talk at one point about moving to 168. It just wasn't the right place for Naji, but he's settled in at 175. This one, the first one, scheduled for 10, but we haven't seen him go very deep in too many fights in his young professional career. Stopped all but one of his opponents.
Naji flashing an educated left hand here. Setting things up, using feints, keeping range. There's Escudero with a nice right hand down low. And Escudero's a puncher. He's got 12 KOs and 14 wins. I've been in the gym with him. He's a tough customer, rough guy.
He's trying to put that pressure on Naji, at least he's not putting a lot of hands on him so far, but he's trying to put that mental pressure on. Counter there from Lopez. You need to be better off cutting the ring off on Lopez if he's going to try to come forward like this, because you give Lopez that out, he's going to wind up setting you up, and he has a couple times with some little short counters so far.
Lopez being very economical, has not thrown a single right hand yet.
You know, we've seen him do this in the past.
Yeah,
he
sets
kind of
things up.
Sets his range, sets the tempo, and then all of a sudden, when he feels comfortable, he starts to open up.
Big left hand upstairs from Escudero.
Yeah, Escudero tries to sell that well. He uses that lead hand, and he has that little sell where he drops it down and then he brings it up to the head.
Yeah, nice change of levels there to try and land on the taller man. Smart move. Good way to work your way inside.
Final seconds of round number 1 of our co-main event of the evening.
Don't get too cocky. Jab's working, it's gonna lose him. Right? So that jab should be working. Don't let him get in your zone, right? That hand should stay there, right? When you went in, you try to shoot that uppercut. Everybody said you gotta stay close, all right? So get your jab popping. Don't be stagnant with your legs. You should read them. Your jab looks good.
We've said it since day one, he has a chance to be a very special fighter and a great relationship with that man, Mark Ferre. The corner of Escudero.
Second zone.
Former member of Argentina's national team, competed at the 2016 Olympic qualifiers. He said, Naji Lopez tonight is going to fight a real fighter. I'm in the best shape of my life. Lopez in the white trunks, Escudero in the black trunks.
Naji coming out more authoritative this round. Already threw a big right hand up top, but Escudero slid off nicely. Escudero back with his overhand right.
Naji utilized wicked uppercuts when he got on the inside and finished Kynell Wheeler in October of last year. And then in December, it was a 1-1-2. Beautiful third round finish for Lopez. Escudero said he's going to be in for a much tougher battle than he has seen in his first 9 professional fights tonight. Naji looks good. He looks relaxed.
Yeah, that's one thing about Naji Lopez these last couple of fights. You see the maturity really developing as he's finding his style in the pros and at this new weight.
Yeah, you see Lopez trying to, again, establish that left hand. You can start to see Escudero is going to be one of those guys who's not going to be easy to get rid of. You want to try to at least, keep your foot on the gas as far as keeping the tempo in a place where you're controlling the ring and you're controlling the way this fight is fought, so you can at least bank those 10-9 rounds. Because Escudero's still trying. Escudero's body language is to try to create himself. Good little body shots on the inside by Naji Lopez.
And he has finished 12 of his 14 victories. Of course, Naji's finished 8 of 9.
You know, and Escudero is one of those guys. He's very, very scrappy, which you see a lot of South American, especially Argentinian fighters have that style where it's a little awkward, little off, but very, very scrappy, very, very tough, very rough.
Not easy to hit clean, honestly.
No,
he's got good head movement on the inside. He's slamming slides, good little counters there on the inside. He's getting going a little bit too here. My one criticism for him right now would be he doesn't cut off the ring, so he's allowing Lopez to be able to turn that corner with the left hand, with the left foot. Good little shots on the inside by Escudero, blocked on the gloves by Lopez.
Main event coming up next, Justin Pauldo and Miguel Madueño, 10-rounder in the lightweight division. Mike Goldberg, the Magic Man, the former two-time world champion, Paulie Malignaggi, former world champion, Chris Algieri.
You saw a few seconds ago. You saw a few seconds ago that the attack by Lopez and Escudero rolled with it well. That's one of the things that Escudero does well. He'll keep his position when you throw at him. You see right there again, kept his position, and so he remains dangerous even when you throw at him. He doesn't get himself out of position trying to defend.
He's one of, go ahead. He's one of those guys where you think you're going to hit him clean and you just miss. Those are dangerous guys because once they start countering you, you don't see it coming.
Yeah, and because you're just missing because he's keeping that position. So in your mind now, you realize he can punch you back. So you start to you got to think a little bit more here.
It can cause a puncher to be hesitant as well.
Because a lot of times speed like Naji Lopez has, put guys out of position defensively, and then you can hit them with the follow-up. The experience of Escudero makes him understand positioning, and it keeps the pressure on Lopez.
Set for the start of round number 3. Naji Lopez, his last fight was December 13th of last year. First fight of 2024 for both men. Lopez in the white, 14-2 Marcos Escudero from Argentina in the black trunks. Aggressive fighter with lots of power. And so is his opponent, the Puerto Rican Naji Lopez.
Nice chopping right hand over the top from Escudero. Comes in behind the hook.
See again, Escudero head movement too. See again, Escudero head movement. It stays in position. It can keep that pressure.
Good combination by Escudero.
Great technique, unable to close the distance on a guy with a long reach. Move that head, change levels, push forward, put on aggression, make him miss just slightly, and keep edging forward. Escudero doing a great job of getting within the range of the much longer Naji Lopez. Neither man has been able to land consistently or cleanly yet.
Yeah, it's a very tactical match. But it hasn't been fought at really long range. I mean, both guys have kind of been in front of each other, fighting a very tactical match, but they've been busy.
Good change up there from Naji, put the right hand down low.
Yeah, I think that's smart, trying to change up the levels a little bit. Maybe throw the defense of Escudero off, because Escudero's, he's not always moving his head. He's moving his head when he's trying to come inside. From the outside, he kind of keeps that guard up. You see, it's almost like Escudero only moves his head and it changes levels when he's looking to attack. When he defends, he actually doesn't move his head a lot. So if you can try to be first and keep him with that high guard, and you can set up some more body shots.
And you can see by the style of fight that Naji is putting forth that there's a lot of respect for his opponent tonight. Well, he knows the power of Escudero, Magic Man.
Absolutely, Goldie. And you know what? That's also part of what Naji's boxing intelligence tells him. He sees Escudero remains in punch position even when Naji's throwing punches. He's not slipping punches, putting himself out of position. So when Naji misses, he realizes that Escudero's in punching position. So he's like, okay, I can't overcommit here. I can walk into a counter. So that's also Naji's boxing intelligence showing him that and telling him that. So he realizes, okay, I've got to keep working this lead hand and trying to, break this guy's position up before I can put the third, fourth, and fifth gear shots on there. You see right there, those are probing. He's trying to shoot jabs. He's trying to see if he can break the position of Escudero.
Good right hand from Escudero on the inside. Shortened it up and a left hook upstairs. Escudero is very tricky and scrappy with that head movement on the inside.
Got ourselves a fight, guys. Final seconds of round number 3. A lot of international amateur experience for Escudero.
Now, if you notice, Escudero has been hanging out in his jab range. He's gotten within the range of Naji Lopez with that plus 7-inch reach advantage.
Wednesday night fights. We come to you again in 2 weeks, March 13th, right here on ProBox TV. The Serbian Hot Rod returns. Radivoje Kalajic, 28-2 with 20 knockouts. Made his ProBox TV debut last September with an 8th round TKO of Mickey Ellison. His opponent, fighting out of Miami, former WBA light heavyweight world title challenger, 22-4, Sullivan Barrera, plus Marcos Escudero. That's on Wednesday, March 13th, by his teammate, Naji Lopez.
Get him out. Box.
Our co-main event continues. Escudero comes out quickly. He's in the black trunks, white trunks for Naji Lopez. 6 years younger, 7-inch reach advantage. But Chris and Paulie, both of you guys have commented on how Escudero's been able to get inside of that 7 inches, if you will, and take away the reach of Naji Lopez.
Yeah, that's why he's being more offensive now. He's gotten himself within the range. He spent 2 rounds working his way in very smartly. Now he's there. He's getting comfortable in that range. He's letting those hands go.
Naji's starting to loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, with that head movement from a guy like Escudero, you got to throw some throwaway punches. Naji needs to set shots up and not just load up.
Good counter there by Escudero. Naji getting a little impatient, reached in with that overhand right, and Escudero again being in punch position, and good counters there by Lopez, because Lopez also stays in good punch position.
Yes.
That's why this has been a good tactical battle, even if fought at close range.
Yeah, very nip-tuck between these two. Very scrappy work on the inside. These guys hanging out in middle distance range, both within range to hit each other.
Neither guy commits to defense, overcommits to defense, sorry. They're solid defensively, they don't overcommit to defense, but they're trying to get the other guy to start overcommitting defense so they can follow up with some better shots. And neither guy's had a lot of success with that, the exception of the occasional single shot here and there.
Naji trying to dig to the body, midway point of round 4.
Yeah, neither man has had a focused or concerted effort to the body. More head hunting between the two of them.
Escudero has competed as an amateur all around the world. Said he fought Russians, Mexicans, Cubans, won a world championship, fought in Mexico, Qatar, ProBox TV, against the Puerto Rican Naji Lopez.
Oh, big right hand.
1-1-2.
Escudero went straight back there. And Naji was able to get that right hand at least partially in there.
And to speak about the fact that Naji Lopez is stepping up each and every time out, that 1-1-2 put away his last opponent.
Absolutely.
This one, Escudero let him land it too cleanly, Chambi. He was moving away from it as it landed.
30 seconds, round 4.
Yeah, that's been the most impressive aspect of Escudero tonight, has been his ability to evade the power of Naji Lopez.
And Paul, you put it perfectly. When Naji got a little bit impatient, he got countered after missing with that overhand right.
Yeah, and both guys really are very cognizant of their positioning when they defend. So both guys are keeping the other guy honest, not overcommitting. And when there is a mistake, good right hand there by Escudero. Another one.
Enthusiastic finish to the round.
fighting there by Lopez. He looped it instead of throwing it straight. Escudero slips, and he's in position to counter right away.
And Escudero landed 3 good shots there. And you kept mentioning how Naji Lopez sometimes got a little too excited, overthrow that punch, and Escudero made him pay for it.
Yeah, and he's at the bell, a little roll from Lopez. You saw the replay before where Lopez was throwing a double jab right hand. You see it caught Escudero, but he was going away from the shot, so it didn't land cleanly. Hence why the last fight, it ended the fight. In this one, Escudero didn't really blink from it because he was already riding with the shot, though it did land.
And that speaks to the skill level and the experience of Escudero.
Escudero in the black trunks, Lopez in the white trunks.
Oh, big 3-2 combination. Hook upstairs right hand from Naji Lopez.
Yeah, and that different change of pace there threw Escudero off a little bit.
Oh, nice uppercut by Lopez, opening up here to start round 5.
I think Lopez came out with a mission to take better control of this fight.
For sure.
Let's see if Escudero allows him to, or if Escudero makes it tough on him. So far, he started the round with a couple of good shots he's landed.
I'm sure Mark Ferre gave him a tongue lashing in between rounds. He's coming out.
I was just going to say,
oh! But that's the thing, Escudero in there as well. Positioning, slipping, sliding, and countering himself.
Escudero looking for the body, looking for the uppercut.
And now we have a shootout.
Got ourselves a fight. This is exactly what Marcos Escudero told us in the fighter meetings, that he is on a different level than the previous opponents that have fought against that man, Naji Lopez.
And that guy said from the top, I agreed with him. He is a different level.
Naji came out firing. Escudero has certainly answered.
Good defense there by Escudero on the inside, not getting hit clean. Good shot there by Lopez. He makes him pay as Escudero came up on the inside. Again, the importance of positioning. You can't sleep even for a second, or a guy like Lopez will make you pay for it. A little clash of heads. Let's see what happens here.
No cut. I don't know if that was an elbow. It's a weird place to be on top of the head.
Yeah, it might have been. It might have been.
About halfway through this fight, and these guys are starting to scrap back and forth, landing some big bombs. Big shot there.
Oh, Escudero again right in the pocket.
You know what's crazy to me? I feel like Lopez has the better speed, but Escudero has the shorter punches on the inside.
Yes, I was going to say.
And that's really making a difference. Like Teddy Atlas says, timing beats speed. Well, in there a lot of times, when these guys are shooting at the same time, Escudero's getting there better because he's throwing them shorter shots.
Oh.
Good round for Marcos Escudero.
You know, there's always so much emphasis on the reach of a fighter, but on the inside, the reach is actually a hindrance. Shorter arms, shorter punches.
And Escudero has neutralized or nullified that 7-inch reach advantage pretty much throughout the first half of this fight.
And remember, Lopez came out this round trying to make a statement to big shots. Yep. But now it's ever since it's been all Escudero. He's probably had the best round of the fight for him so far.
Oh, absolutely. But Naji Lopez just landed a great right hand now. Right hand to the body as well.
What
great round. What a round.
Naji comes out aggressive, and Escudero said, let's go.
Yep. It was the counter to the counter to the counter. Really was looking at the counter to counter to counter. And you see Escudero's punch selection and the shorter punches on the inside. Also hand positioning really made the difference in there.
Our co-main event continues, round number 6. Naji Lopez in the white trunks, Marcos Escudero in the black trunks. Worthy of mention, the last 2 fights for Naji Lopez have been scheduled for 8 rounds. He finished one in the 4th, the other in the 3rd. The longest he has gone in a fight in his professional career is a full 6 rounds back in February of last year here on ProBox TV.
That's where it gets tough now. Now you're in the longest fight of your career.
Yep.
And it's also the most physically grueling of your career at the same time.
Also with the most experienced opponent of your career. A lot of step-ups here for Naji Lopez.
Going into some deep waters.
I see what you did there, Goldie.
Thank you,
that was good.
Thank you, Chris.
That was very clever.
Escudero said his shot is the left hook to the body. He's had a lot of different shots, and he's shown a lot of confidence.
Confidence is growing here for Escudero.
No question.
Mark Ferre in the corner calling for the uppercut.
Oh, nice right hand onto the chin of Escudero from Lopez.
Got to be careful with an uppercut here because Escudero is throwing some nice short chopping right hands.
Body language a little bit, no Lopez a little bit sat lagging. Right hand there. Again, the battle for position. Lopez with a nice counter. And again, he doesn't bust his position either on the attack from Escudero.
When Lopez shortens those shots up, he has success. When he loads up on the right hand, he usually sails over the shoulder of Escudero because he does a great job of getting his head offline consistently.
Escudero lives this sport that he loves so much 24/7. Runs his own gym. He's a boxing coach. Said he loves to share his knowledge and work with younger boxers, not just on their boxing skills, but also enjoys the conditioning aspect of it.
Conditioning is going to play a big part in this fight. We're halfway through.
Yeah.
A lot of fight left.
And Escudero's confidence there.
Oh!
He's pressuring Lopez now with his hands down, daring Lopez to throw something.
Oh, good right hand on the inside there from Lopez. Splits the guard.
I think Lopez prefers Escudero with his hands up. He can hit him easier.
Yeah.
Marcos Escudero has only lost to one man in his professional career, and that was Joseph George.
Double right, double left hook from Escudero a few seconds ago. Really, really nice.
Escudero's confidence is through the roof right now.
And then you can see the effects on the right eye of Naji Lopez.
Into a right hand there.
And again, these left hooks keep landing. Nice little check hook from Escudero.
There we see that slick head movement on the inside. Escudero changing levels, getting underneath the shots, but then also leaving something for Lopez once he makes a miss. There's another right hand right down the middle. Doing a great job of making the punches just miss, like we've been mentioning since the beginning, but now is adding offense to it and being able to counter Naji Lopez.
First time Naji Lopez will see a round 7 as a professional. Back-to-back fights against Joseph George in 2019. A controversial split decision loss for Escudero. They had a rematch about 9 months later, and Joseph George finished Escudero in round number 9.
That fight was very close though.
Yes.
Before the stoppage, very, very close.
And that's exactly what we expected because the first one was like that, Chris.
Yep.
7th round, Naji Lopez in the white trunks, Marcos Escudero in the black trunks. Mike Goldberg, Paulie Malignaggi, Chris Algieri. Wednesday night fights. ProBox TV brought to you by sportsbetting.ag. Glad you're with us at ProBoxTV.com, our ProBox TV YouTube channel, and of course our viewers watching on Fubo TV, Canela, Fox Deportes, and Rogers Sportsnet in Canada.
Naji needs to make an adjustment. He's still throwing punches as if they're from mid-range, but they're too close now. He's got to shorten the shots up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're going into territory of fights where you haven't been, and it's also in an uncomfortable fight. And again, he's trying too hard to land a big shot there. He keeps overshooting that right hand. When it comes to guys like this, you got to take the simple stuff. And that's the thing. He keeps overshooting. He shots good hook there from Escudero. But when you're throwing shots like that, if you're gonna throw them like that, it's gonna end up costing you more than it's gonna reward you when you land, because Escudero's not going anywhere. And if you miss those shots, he's making you pay for them. You're probably better off taking some stuff off and looking for the simpler shots.
That's one of the mistakes Escudero makes, is when he pulls out straight back with his head up in the air.
Yeah, and Najee did land a nice left hook there, but again, Escudero's not going anywhere.
No.
So the reward is not worth, the juice is not worth the squeeze for me. And for me, Lopez should simplify the punches, because every once in a while you land when Escudero's pulling back. It's not worth it compared to when you're missing and Escudero's making you pay.
Yeah, one's not going to be enough. He's got to shorten up. He's got to work harder.
Round number 7.
Ooh, nice little, again, Escudero with that awkward rhythm, a left hook right hand. Lopez comes in, but he overcommits and he smothered himself there.
Yeah, you mentioned awkward rhythm. I always think about the Argentinian style. So it makes me Omar Weiss. Remember him back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
Very awkward guy, but made it work.
Fought Zab Judah, I remember.
Pauldo Madueño still to come, our main event of the evening.
A headbutt there, too. That's what I mean about the experienced guys. You're going to get rough in there with you.
There's that uppercut again.
I said I'd seen Escudero in the gyms on the East Coast, and he's a very rough guy.
Yep.
We're starting to see that here as we're getting late in the fight. Cut under the eye, the right eye of Escudero.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, you mentioned, champ, there was a little clash of heads earlier.
Yeah.
Clock counting down here in round 7.
10 seconds, gentlemen.
Escudero did go the full 10 in that first fight with Joseph George, and then into the 9th in the rematch.
Well, he did say he's in the best shape of his career.
As promised, Escudero's bringing it.
You see that little short uppercut, good hook there from Naji Lopez. That was a good two-way exchange, and here's the clash of heads as Escudero flies in there.
And you know, I don't think that was the shot that caused the cut. That looked like
that was a head right on the ear of Lopez.
But that's another thing you learn being a savvy pro, where to put your head on the inside. Escudero did that properly.
Round number 8. Left hook connects early for Escudero. White trunks for Naji Lopez. He's 9-0. 30-year-old Marcos Escudero is 14-2.
You see there again, Lopez overcommitted with the right hand and ran into the headbutt of Escudero because he had it in tight.
Yeah, he's got to shorten the shots up, not worry so much about hitting hard. Let those hands go in combination.
Yeah, and that's what Escudero's doing good. I don't think Escudero's bloating up at all. No. He's putting these little shots together, and there's a better shot of landing them because he throws them short, and he's not really overcommitting to the power. And he also could fall into that trap because he's got 12 KOs and 14 wins, but he's savvy enough to know that, hey, man, this is a slick guy in front of me. Let me take what he gives me. Good right hand there from Lopez, though. That hurt him.
And to the body as well.
It's a chance for Lopez. He pushed him down. He pushed him down. That's gonna give. Hey!
Could have called that a knockdown.
Yeah, he leaned on him a little bit.
Good call by the ref.
Yeah. I remember I did that with Amir Khan. He hit me to the body, and then he leaned on me. I just went to the floor.
Lopez trying to turn it up here in round 8.
Good comeback round for Naji Lopez. Let's see if he can keep the momentum. We still got over half the round to go.
Uncharted waters for Lopez.
I thought Escudero was starting to really put rounds together here, last few rounds, but Lopez starting out well. Let's see if he can keep this momentum.
That's the thing we know about Naji Lopez, though. He has the great equalizer. He's never needed it to pull himself out of a jam, but here he is.
But, champ, it's a dig deep moment here, man. You've never been in round 8, and this is a tough fight in round 8. These are the kind of fights that answer questions. And there's those short shots from Escudero that I was talking about. Takes the power off and throws good hook by Escudero on the inside.
Escudero talked about his conditioning, Chris. You confirmed it. And he is still coming at a good pace.
And you see Escudero can get off more numbers because he's throwing the shorter punches that take up less energy because they're just shorter less power shots. Lopez trying to save up for big shots, and when he misses bigger.
And notice the body language. Escudero marches right back in. He wants to get right back into the fray. That shows you he's in shape. Good right hand there. Splits the guard. See those short
But you see Lopez Lopez takes it away from himself. He falls right in. He lands a nice one too, and he falls right in. Maybe he's tired, but that was a chance. You got Escudero going backwards. Good hook there from Escudero. Here we go again.
Got ourselves a firefight here in round 8.
But this all started because about 20 seconds ago, Lopez had the advantage. He puts a 1-2 on Escudero, makes him go backwards, and then folds in instead of putting the punches together from the right distance as he's walking down Escudero.
Good left hook upstairs to punctuate the round. Excellent back and forth round.
Yeah, the beginning of the round, Champ, I thought Lopez started it great. Escudero came back a little bit. Did he do enough? It's good right hands, good little hook there from Escudero on the inside. And these are the shorter shots I was talking about on the inside. You see Lopez trying to load him up, but Escudero trying to throw them a little shorter.
Also the commitment by Escudero. He's in the mix. He wants to throw these shots.
Yep.
Naji seems to be in between ranges at times.
And it's almost like he's thinking, okay, I'm going to load up, I'm going to load up, I'm going to load up, I'm going to load up. And Escudero is just like, I'm going to throw, I'm just going to throw, I'm going to throw. And that close range, man, where anything can land, you're better off just letting them go.
Yep.
Especially in a tight fight like this.
Experience is the ultimate intangible.
9th round, gentlemen.
Age, experience, a man who has been there before. Round number 9, right hand early landing for Marcos Escudero. Born in Argentina, fighting out of South Florida. Naji, born and raised in Atlanta. He has been down here at the ProBox TV headquarters for the last few years, been working with the chosen one, Edgar Berlanga. See the swelling under the right eye of 9-0, 24-year-old Naji Lopez.
All right, gentlemen, no punches.
Oh. We expected a firefight in this fight. It took about 4 or 5 rounds for it to open up, but now it has.
Escudero in the fighter interview, he had no air of arrogance, but he had a very clear commitment to his confidence, Chris.
Yeah, he's been walking around campus a confident man. He knows he was in a tough fight. He knows what ProBox TV is all about. Blood in the eye of Naji Lopez on the inside.
Oh, and again,
is that like inside his nose or by the corner of his eye?
That left hand finds a home for Escudero.
I'll tell you, if I'm Lopez, I'm going to walk off that. I'm going to step around while holding him down and work, because Escudero keeps doing that.
Naji goes to the body on the inside there. I think that's smart here.
All right,
change things up some.
Just past the midway point of round number 9.
There we go. Nice shorter punches now from Naji Lopez, shortening things up.
Yeah, and better off getting the numbers up on the inside.
And we've been saying that for rounds.
Lopez went the 6-round distance one time.
I don't know if Naji made that, Matt, as a concerted decision, or if he's just tired of taking off the stuff off the shots because he's tired. Either way, I think it's smart. Good shots here.
And now he's slipping. Success.
Yeah, but now he's slipping and sliding. Because again, if you're not overcommitting to offense, now you can think about your defense as well.
Big right hand. Big right hand there from Naji Lopez.
Wolf, I tell you, man, this is one of those fights that you're going to learn either way, man. Look at the head of Escudero get right in the face of Lopez.
Naji, when he did go that full 6, it was coming off 334 days of inactivity after the broken jaw suffered in training. Finished his 2 8-rounders early. This is first 10-rounder, and we're 20 seconds away from moving to the 10th and final round.
Both these guys are in great shape. There's been a high work rate for the last 5 rounds. Oh!
Right hand there from Lopez. Again, the hand positioning. Escudero busy messing around. Lopez shorter right hand there. Could come down to this round, guys.
Hell of a round. Here we see that beautiful, short, chopping overhand right. The punch that we've been asking for 5 rounds now from Naji Lopez shortens up the shot, has an effect on Escudero that we see him take a knee.
Yeah. And the best thing there about that was to see Lopez, he didn't smother himself after the shot. Hook right hand right afterwards.
He made very good adjustments that round. This is going to be a big round.
It might.
Both these guys understand what's on the line here.
Naji Lopez, 9-0, white trunks. Marcos Escudero, 14-2, black trunks.
Nice jab there from Escudero on the counter.
Oh, good chopping right hand there from Naji Lopez.
Escudero has put in a performance as promised. Will it be enough to hand Lopez his first career loss?
Oh, good hook there by the
with that
inside.
left.
Good combination there from Escudero on the inside. Finished with a nice left hook to the head.
Who's going to be able to maintain the shorter punches on the inside here in round 10?
Yeah, it's becoming a fight of attrition here. Lopez's right eye is almost closed.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got to cut over it. Bottom part of the eye is swollen.
And Marcus told us it's the left hand that he thinks is the most dangerous in his arsenal.
He has a very tricky left hook. Does Escudero. Oh, good right hand from Naji Lopez.
Yeah.
Nice chopping shot over the top.
Yeah, Escudero tried to sell the right hand and throw the left, but Naji read it. He wasn't buying what he was selling. Instead, he threw the right hand over the top of the Escudero jab.
Lopez.
Here, Lopez staying long.
Yep.
Back to that
Haven't
jab.
seen a ton of that, Chris.
No.
But that is because Escudero's done such a great job.
Oh, good right hand there from Escudero.
Huge right hand.
Now follow with a left hook on the inside. What a fight, guys.
Can you believe we have another fight after this? This is how good our cards are.
The best in the business.
Yeah, you could be the judge in this fight, bro.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the action. Oh, good sweeping right hand from Naji Lopez. Naji's having a good round here. He found some range.
But Escudero's also landing some shots. Oh, it's a little push down.
A little push.
That was a weird
push,
takedown.
a little fatigue.
Good spin off there by Lopez. Gets back to the center of the ring.
Escudero.
Oh, good right hand there from Lopez.
And Lopez, final 15 seconds. Co-main event, round number 10. Let him go. They go the distance.
Hell of a fight.
Oof. Wow.
Hell of a fight.
Both guys are going to think they won this, too.
Yeah. I like the work of Lopez the last 2 rounds.
But I tell you, Escudero also landed some good shots in this last round as well. That was a push-off.
Yeah.
That's a knockdown in a McGregor camp, actually. Very, very similar.
Yeah, that was a weird little exchange that put Escudero on his back for a moment.
The commission requested a look at that replay as the judges will render their decision. Spectacular co-main event from the start, Paulie.
Yeah, recap this crazy fight, man. You see these shots. Good left hook there from Lopez in round one. Round 1 and 2 were really nip and tuck. Body work there from Lopez in there. You saw the positioning of Escudero. He kept putting that pressure on Lopez. You see Lopez tried to touch the body, but it really never slowed down Escudero, and he started putting those punches together. Those shorter shots, not everything lands there. And not everything lands there for Lopez, as these guys were defending well on the inside, especially when they still had full energy. But as they started fatiguing, you started seeing shots landing cleaner there. Shorter shots from Escudero in round 5, champ.
Yeah, really, really tactical fight to start out. I think really the judging is going to come down to who got those early rounds.
Yeah.
Because as the fight wore on, you could tell more and more who was going to win each round in the later rounds. But in the beginning, there was so few punches were landed.
Yeah.
Because both of them were so technically savvy and picking their spots, and their defense was sharp. But in the second half of the fight, they had no trouble finding each other, and we had an excellent war for the last 5 rounds.
That was a good hook there in the last round by Escudero. Good right hand there by Lopez. Good, a lot of back and forth there. Good hooks in the right hand from Escudero also in the last round. Some good work by both guys in the last round.
High level back and forth fight. Very, very competitive. Both guys showing good power.
And the respect afterwards, well earned from both guys. It's a tough one, man. Rematch?
Judges have rendered their decision. Is it Escudero or Lopez? Here is Jim Sorensen.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for these fighters. What a performance. We go to the judges' scorecards after 10 rounds. Judge Brian Gary scores the fight 95-95. Judge Jacob Rust Sr. scores the fight 97-93. And Judge Alvaro Rodriguez scores the fight 99-91 for your majority decision winner. And still undefeated, Najee
It's always got to be one judge. There's always got to be one judge who got to make like you didn't watch the fight. Unfortunately.
99-91.
Gotta have at least one.
99-91 is insane.
Yeah.
That's like you said. So that scorecard.
That's like you should be suspended, not paid for the night, and probably at least a year off. And your assignment for that year is just watch boxing and score it as your homework assignment.
No shame, no reason to hang his head. Marcos Escudero, Naji Lopez with the majority decision victory in one heck of a matchup.
I tell you what, that was one of those fights when it ended, you really weren't 100% sure who won the fight.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that guy that guy felt like he knew who won the fight. Oh, that's wild, bro. That's wild. I mean, and you always get one, man. I remember when I fought Broner, there was a guy who made it 9-3. When I fought Juan Diaz, there was a guy who had a 10-2. Champ, I'm sure you've been in fights like that. I mean, there's always got to be one who was like, bro, why do guys like this get hired? How do they stay having jobs, dude? I mean, I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Well, when I fought Ruslan, one of the judges gave me 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's always got to be one. At least.
95-95, 97-93, I can see. There's still, I can see 96-94. If that third judge 96-94, I'd be like, I mean,
even the 97-93, it could be a nip-tuck round here, a nip-tuck round there, and it's a draw.
Well, especially those rounds early on, because...
So it's 97-93, even either way. I tell you, it was one of those fights where I wouldn't have gotten mad whoever got the decision. But then, no matter who you give that fight 99-91, you got to get your teeth kicked in. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's ridiculous. That's like a kick in the teeth to a guy like Escudero who put in all that effort and just to get that.
Naji Lopez is going to join us in our broadcast position. We'll grab him a chair, get him a headset, and what a battle Naji Lopez just took part in as he sits down and joins us. Naji, we always have the feature of deep waters. I would say these were some deep waters tonight.
Yes, indeed. My first 10 round. But before I want to critique anything or answer any questions, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Gave me the strength, gave me the will to push through and complete my first 10 round. no matter how hard, like, I love what I do, man. I love this, bro. So I had fun in there. I enjoyed. Back to the drawing board, back to the gym. I got a lot more to work on.
And these are fights, you know, these are developmental fights. You know,
and another thing, I want to thank Marcos.
Yeah.
Fucking, oh my God.
And that's the thing, Naji, we were talking about during the broadcast, it was not only the first time you went past the 7th round, but it was also a fight where when you're not just going, as you're going past the 7th round, you're not going past the 7th round to just a guy who's durable, a guy who's making you think, a guy who's making you fight, a guy who's making you dig deep and answer questions about yourself. It was one of those fights where you really take the experience going forward and learn a lot.
Yes, indeed, man. And he been there before.
Yes.
Yep. He was the NABA light heavyweight, the Latino. He had the Latino title, bro.
He's been 10 rounds.
I can't even express how I feel winning this battle and, you know, entering the next level of my career, bro. Like, I feel good, bro.
And Naji, he was very respectful in the pre-fight interviews, but he was confident that he was going to bring a fight to you at a new level.
Bro,
he did, right?
You seen it. He came to win, bro.
Absolutely.
He came to fucking knock me out, bro.
Yeah.
So, man, like I said, I want to thank God giving me the strength to.
You know, Naji, a lot of times they say you win or you learn. I think tonight you win and you're going to learn.
100%, man. And I'm super thankful. I'm super thankful, bro.
Yeah, man. And this is, you know, it was one of those, you were one of those prospects who, no matter how you would try to step up, you kept looking good. You kept looking like you were passing with flying colors. And nobody could really put you to the test. So this was sort of needed in your progression. It's one of those fights, like I said, you needed a fight where there were questions that were forced to be asked of yourself, to yourself. And I felt like you were going through that in the second half of the fight, where you had not just a sturdy guy, but a guy who was forcing you to think your way through this fight.
And, bro, I answered those questions for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
This is going to be a great fight for you to study and you go back and you watch, because there's so many aspects to this fight. So many adjustments were made on both ends. This is a fantastic fight to watch. Incredible for us to call, but I think you're going to learn a lot. These are one of those fights that we talked about. When you get your shot, these are the kind of shots that make you ready for the shot.
100%.
And as you waited for the judges' scorecards, we are finding out right now, Naji, that the commission overturned that trip, if you will, and it was scored a knockdown in your favor in the last round. So that helped solidify things for you.
I'll be honest.
Man, whether I got the knockdown or not, I felt like I won the fight without it.
Yeah,
but
listen, we thought the fight was closer to 99-91. I feel like I had an issue with the 99-91 scorecard.
Maybe.
Who gets that decision?
Maybe.
Yeah. But I don't think that's a knockdown, for the record.
No. I didn't think it was a knockdown when I was in there. I didn't know I had a knockdown.
I don't know how you overturned a call that was right and then make it wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was wild, but good job, Naji.
Thank you, Paulie.
Congrats.
Naji, final thing. I remember you said, Goldie, as I continue to evolve, I'm getting more comfortable in being in uncomfortable situations.
Bro.
You were uncomfortable tonight at times,
bro. Man, like I said, bro, I enjoy going to 14 rounds. I unlock something in myself.
Yeah. But that's
on to the next. Back to the drawing board and on to the next.
Part of the maturing process.
I love how you keep it real. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moving to 10-0.
Thank you.
Najee Lopez with the victory in our co-main event of the evening. He continues to move up the rankings in our main event. Justin Pauldo, Miguel Madueno is coming up next. Spectacular co-main event. Congratulations. Congratulations once again to Najee Lopez. And still to come, our main event of the evening. Time now for a big fight review. The name Benavidez is at the top of every headline the last few weeks. In fact, pretty much every single day in the world of boxing. This time, though, it has been a lot of talk about Jose Benavidez Sr.
We're going to talk to Mark Ferre, who's the trainer, esteemed trainer of Edgar Berlanga.
I'm not going to make an opinion here. I'm going to make a statement, a fact. Benavidez came out and said he's very mute on me. He didn't mention me. He doesn't want to fight me. He thinks Berlanga's an easy fight, an easy fight for him. And then he went on to say and finish that statement, and I'm pretty sure you guys seen it. So he goes, you're going to underestimate Edgar, and you're going to run into a hurricane.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll take that, Paulie. I need you to keep talking like that. You know why? Because when you underestimate someone, right, you get your ass kicked. And I don't care who you are. If you don't train well and you think it's an easy fight, do you know that I told Edgar, I said, this guy, Patrick McCory, I said, dude, you better treat him. You better treat this guy like he's the guy. Every fight you go, he's the guy. Yeah, I want you to lose sleep. I want you to think he's gonna knock you out. You know why? Because the minute you stop, that's when they hand you your ass in that ring.
Yeah.
So it's good that and listen, I'm not a social media guy. I don't have social. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Facebook. I don't even care about that. But I tell you something, the comments are great. I tell you, they're good, whether they're negative or positive. And you know what? And if Canelo feels like they feel, he's going to be in for a very good fight.
Wednesday night fights on ProBox TV, brought to you by sportsbetting.ag. Here are the odds for our main event of the evening. -400 for the $1 Million Man, Justin Pauldo, a +300 for the explosive one from Sinaloa, Mexico, Miguel Madueño. This one scheduled for 10 rounds as Pauldo looks to defend his WBA Continental North America lightweight belt. Our tale of the tape, Pauldo, 4 years the elder of Madueño. Madueño is taller, but it is Justin Pauldo who will have the reach advantage. With the official introductions of this WBA Continental North America title fight, Jim Sorensen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting for, our main event of the evening. And tonight's winner will receive the WBA Continental North American lightweight belt. Let's hear from our fighters. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Your judges tonight, Rose Lascend, Alvaro Rodriguez, and Brian Gary. And your referee for this bout, Christopher Young. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the camouflage and black trunks, weighing in at 134.8 pounds, his record 30 wins, just 2 losses, with 28 wins by knockout. From Guasave, Sinaloa, Mexico, please welcome Miguel Explosivo Madueño. And defending his belt, fighting out of the red corner, he wears the black, yellow, and green trunks. He weighed in at 134.8 pounds. His record, 17 wins, just 1 loss, with 8 wins by knockout. From Orlando, Florida, please welcome Justin, the $1 Million Man, Pauldo.
Listen, this is gonna be right here. This is gonna be okay right here. Jim, you know what time it is. For the WBA title, fight hard, fight clean, touch him up.
10-round lightweight matchup, our main Justin Pauldo. 30-2, Miguel Madueño. 28 of his 30 wins by knockout. Here we go. It's time to fight. Black, yellow, and green trunks for Justin Pauldo. Miguel Madueño in the camouflage and black trunks.
Madueño starting out very, very fast. 28 KOs and 30 wins, looking to assert that power early on.
And that's the thing, you don't want to get Pauldo too comfortable. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get Pauldo right on the back foot right away, because once Pauldo gets comfortable, his rhythm flows from defense to offense like water.
Ooh, good right hand over the top from Madueño.
November 15th of last year, Pauldo, ultra impressive against Jerry Perez. Perez did not get off the stool after round 3.
Madueño needs to be careful, though, because Pauldo is a sharp counterpuncher.
Yes.
And coming forward on a guy, even though he only has 8 KOs in his 17 wins, Pauldo has shown on our air that he can punch.
Yeah, but you know what it is? Pauldo has to get set on that going backwards. And right now, I think Madueño's trying to keep him going backwards so much that he can't get set for the counters either.
Born and raised in Orlando, but he moved the family to Houston, Texas to train under the guidance of Ronnie Shields, who is in his corner tonight. Exactly. Justin with a nice right hand that lands.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Counter right on the chin.
No punch, no punch, no punch.
That's where Pauldo becomes dangerous. If he starts to be able to kind of settle in his rhythm, he starts to really, he has a really good eye for the attack you bring. He starts to counter those shots.
Madueño has never been stopped in his professional career. Good counter by Pauldo.
Madueño doing a good job of making this ring small, putting a lot of pressure, cutting off the ring pretty well. Oh, good.
Long right hand there, Chris Algieri.
Nice change of level there. Stab jab down low, right hand over the top.
Oh, Pauldo with a good combination.
You know what? Guys, it's going to develop into a fight pretty quickly, I got a feeling.
Yeah.
We're 2 minutes in, and these guys are both starting to throw a bit more. It's getting a bit chippy in there.
Ronnie Shields said of Justin Pauldo, he's patient, he's willing to learn, he's also willing to do anything to win the fight. And a frenetic pace early on in our main event.
Very, very physical opening round. Both men trying to assert themselves.
Madueño won the WBO Latino lightweight belt here on ProBox TV against Juan Huertas. Fought for the WBO International Super Lightweight belt. Tonight it's the WBA Continental North America Lightweight belt on the line. Great start to our main event. Very worthy of note. Madueño, 28 finishes in his 30 wins. 23 of those have come in the first 3 rounds. 9 in the first, that is behind us now. 9 in the second, 5 in the third. Madueño coming off a setback in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He moved up to 140 pounds, lost a 10-round unanimous decision to Steve Claggett back at his much more comfortable weight class here tonight for our main event against the $1 Million Man. Black, yellow, and green for Pauldo, camouflage and black for Madueño.
Madueño on stalk mode, just coming forward, looking to put hands on Pauldo.
I think Pauldo should be a little busier with the jab, though. You know, he's backing up, he's looking to time something, but Madueño's got a bit of an off-rhythm pace to him, you know, so it's not the easiest guy to time, especially early in the fight where you haven't really picked up his rhythm. I think as Pauldo backs up, I think it would better serve him to at least jab off backing up. When he does use that jab,
you know, it does land. It's pretty effective. Like he's using it, and it's preventing Madueño from coming forward so comfortably.
Nice counter there on the inside. Slip inside, left hook to the body, left hook to the head. Body landed okay.
There, now he heard me, guys. He's using that jab, and then, you know, Madueño's momentum coming forward all of a sudden has a little bit of a hesitancy.
Notice Pauldo using the feints from the outside, setting up those jabs.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When your jab is good, your feints, it makes your feints better. And when your feints are good, it automatically complements your jabs as well. It makes your jabs more effective. Those things complement each other.
29-year-old Pauldo, 25-year-old Madueño. Midway point of round number 2.
Nice counter there.
With my powerful partners, the Magic Man, Paulo Malignaggi, Chris Algieri, Mike Goldberg, Wednesday night fights on your boxing channel, ProBox TV.
Stop. Listen. You can't hold it hit. Come on, Jimmy, keep it clean now.
Big swing and a miss there from Madueño.
Nice stiff jab into the chin of Madueño from Pauldo.
Good body shot. And then a good right hand from Pauldo, and another one.
And another.
Oh, big right. Oh!
Both men firing. Here in round 2.
You can literally see Pauldo biting down on that mouthpiece and throwing hard. But Madueño, in true Mexican style, said, come on, let's go.
Yep.
Now he's got his head in Pauldo's face, too. Look at it.
It looked like Pauldo got mad because that left hook to the body. He came back throwing big bombs. Madueño said, okay, let's go.
Still 30 seconds in this round, Paul.
I'm giving Pauldo credit. You get a good body shot. You take a good body shot. Makes you not want to fight.
Yeah.
He got mad and wanted to fight.
Speaks to the conditioning of Pauldo. Comes in fantastic condition.
Sneaky little uppercut from Madueño.
Against a bona fide puncher in Madueño. Excellent second round here. These guys are really scrapping.
Yeah, and Madueño pressuring and putting this pace on Pauldo.
Some of them he's pausing when he's turning his head. I already warned him, all right? I got you.
Both guys trading right hands. Boom, big right hand shot. And there was some moments after Madueño landed a really nice sweeping left hook to the liver of Pauldo. Pauldo came back as if he was angry for getting caught. Answering fire with fire.
The battle continues, and it's early on, and it is already a battle. Justin Pauldo, black, yellow, and green trunks, camouflage in black for Miguel Madueño. 30-2 record, 28 wins by knockout, 23 of those in the first 3 rounds.
Both these guys are locked in, dead focused.
Like you guys talked about during that spectacular co-main event, we still have another fight. And what a fight it's been early on between Pauldo and Madueño. Madueño loves to bring the heat. Pauldo said in the fighter meetings he knows the possessing of power that Madueño has, but he doesn't feel like the toolbox is as full for Madueño as it is for himself. Time will tell.
That's why they call it the great equalizer, though.
You got that right.
A guy who's got more skill, but if you can't take your punch, and Madueño putting on a ton of pressure here.
Yeah.
Chopping shots. Pauldo needs to get some respect.
Yeah, but again, I feel like he's a lot of times he doesn't use that jab when he's backing off. It creates a little hesitancy in the pressure of Madueño when he sees that jab. But Pauldo, a lot of times, like you see now, now he paused with it a little bit, but he's not consistent, and Madueño can walk right in the front front door.
Yeah, Pauldo falls into his natural counter-punching style.
Oh, good right hand.
Big right hand, pops the head back.
1 minute, round 3. Second fight here on ProBox TV for Madueño, who's cut. Some blood rolling down the left side of his nose. Good combination, though, from the explosive one.
Pauldo so hard to hit cleanly. Rolls with everything, keeps his body moving, gets behind that lead shoulder.
Oh, big body shot. Paulie, you said Pauldo can take a body shot. He just took another big one.
Yeah, he gave one too, though. They both traded in there. Little short uppercuts on the inside. I guess one good body shot deserves another, Goldie.
You got that right.
My mother used to say that.
Oh, good uppercut by Madueño. Some blood on the eye of Madueño. The right eye.
Is it the right eye? No, I think it's above the left eye. Looks like a vertical cut.
Was it a headbutt or was it a punch? Could be that shot. That was already cut there. So
yeah, it was already cut there, but that was right on it. Here we see a nice, beautiful body shot there from Madueño. Man, these guys are scrapping back and forth, nip and tuck.
They might bite right through the mouthpiece.
You can see Pauldo literally grind his teeth.
Yep.
He's gonna bite right through it and grind his teeth for real.
Yeah.
What was the old school sporting goods store you brought up a couple shows ago?
Which one? Models.
Yeah, Models. Yeah. Thankfully, these are both custom made.
Art Model.
You got that right. Cleveland Browns.
And Baltimore Ravens. They don't like them in Cleveland.
No, they do not.
He moved them over to Baltimore.
And you know how I feel about both those teams, Paulie.
Well, as a Bengals fan, I can't blame you.
Exactly. Round number 4, Pauldo and Madueño both have been in attack mode in our main event. Black, yellow, and green for the $1 Million Man. Explosivo in the camouflage and black.
And now Madueño trying to use his own jab to back up Pauldo and prevent him from getting into rhythm.
Madueño throws everything hard. Even his jab is stiff. Puts his whole body behind it.
And you know what? It is a vertical cut, champ. I least see it now on the left eye.
Yeah, that could be a clash of heads. Punches generally don't cause cuts like that.
Vertical,
I'd like to see a little more feinting and jabbing from Pauldo. He's falling into the trap of throwing everything hard as well. Ooh, nice
good
counter. Little pull counter there with the right hand over the top from Pauldo. And that's the respect I was talking about, because look at Madueño now. He's not coming forward the way he was before. A couple shots like that will make you think twice about coming through the front door.
And Pauldo, as we mentioned, mentored by Ronnie Shields, now moved the entire family from Orlando to Houston. We've seen him with Ronnie now for the 3rd time. Shields in his corner tonight. And you're just around a gym like that, Chris, and you just take in the osmosis and get better by watching others.
Well, I talk about it a lot. It's gym culture. Being around other Lions is really important for the development of a fighter. Having that competitiveness in the air has an effect on everyone in the gym.
And being in that winning gym culture prepares you for fights like this, man.
You got that right.
Because these kind of fights test you physically and mentally.
We always say we don't have any A sides and B sides here. Everyone comes to win.
You got that. We got the A and the other A side. They are digging in. Round number 4.
Only we get some of the judges that memo.
Yeah.
Somebody's mouthpiece fell out, right? Somebody's mouthpiece is on the floor.
Is that a mouthpiece? Is it very small? If it is, it looks like a piece of the glove or
piece of glove, piece of tape.
Maybe
Something from Modell's.
It's a piece of Paldo's mouthpiece from biting so hard.
You know what, bro?
Hey, I said you didn't put a bite through it.
They make you bring a back a mouthpiece, so let's see. Everybody bites down on the mouthpiece a little bit differently, but Pauldo looks like he's one of the harder bite downs.
Spectacular start to this one, and in 2 weeks we're right back with another great main event. Hot Rod returns. Radovoje Kalajic made his ProBox TV debut last September with an 8th round TKO of Mickey Ellison. He fights out of St. Petersburg, Florida. His opponent fights out of Miami, Florida. 22-4, Sullivan Barrera. 14 career finishes. Fought Dimitri Bivol in March of 2008. Plus, first fight of 2024 for 10-0, Marcos Valle. Join us for all the action Wednesday, March 13th, right here on ProBox TV.
There's that beautiful pull counter from Pauldo in that last round that set the tone. Bang! You can't let a cleaner shot than that.
Walking right into it.
You mentioned Sullivan Barrera. He also fought the great Andre Ward.
Yes.
Went the full distance with Andre.
And went very deep with Bivol, was finished in the 12th and final round.
You know, Goldie, little trivia. I was in the corner for Sullivan Barrera that night.
Is that right?
That's right. Well, it didn't go our way, obviously, but it was a great experience. That was my first world title fight.
And it was a great fight.
It was.
And we know Hot Rod's got a ton of personality, great skill set, and excited to be back here on ProBox TV. Right now, though, it's a firefight between Madueño and Pauldo.
I tell you, man, I'm going to go on a limb here. I'm going to say this fight's competitive, and this fight's been good with exchanges. I think Pauldo could make it probably quieter, but much easier if he just sticks with a consistent jab. Every time he's jabbing, Madueño is controlled at a distance where he's not able to work a lot.
You read my mind, champ. I was going to say this fight.
1 point.
Behind the head?
I don't know if he's pushing behind the head or hitting behind the head.
Aim for the back of the head, okay?
He did get warned at the end of the last round. I couldn't tell exactly what it was. I guess it was hitting grabbing punches.
All right.
Grabbing punches behind the head. I also think when Pauldo goes back and watches tape on this, he's going to see how many holes are in the offense of Madueño, because everything is hard.
Yep. One of the few finishes outside of the first 3 rounds for Madueño was right here on ProBox TV when he finished Juan Huertas in the 5th. Midway point of the 5th here. Big point deducted from Madueño by Christopher Young.
Yeah, a fight like this, that can really make a difference.
Yep. In the pocket, bite down, dig in, and put on a show. Pauldo, nice work.
That inside counter work from Pauldo is a thing of beauty, man. Slipping, sliding, ripping.
There's a lot of, in terms of that point taken off, though, you notice Pauldo turns his head a lot, though, man. It was a tricky warning, I felt like, and it's a tricky point to take on a guy like Pauldo, who does a lot of twisting and contorting with his upper body.
It's a great point.
You got to also, as a referee, read the fight and read the styles of the fighters sometimes.
It seemed like a fast call for a point.
I saw him give him a warning, but even the warning, I mean, it was, again, Pauldo's a guy who stands in front of you and contorts and twists his body in different ways.
I just want you to add 1
more jabs to what you're doing. Now look, when you close, I want the body, then the uppercut first.
Ronnie Shields.
Métele velocidad, vas por todo, métele velocidad y después fuerza ahí adentro, güey, ¿ok?
Is it just me or are these rounds flying by?
Yeah.
Now we're halfway through the fight already.
It's crazy. We've gone a distance and it's just been flying by.
Yeah,
The fights have been so good.
Highly competitive.
Corner guys said, get in there and fight.
Yeah, he wants him to dig to the body.
Yep. That point deduction rather large here in a tight fight. Round number 6 of our main event of the evening, black, yellow, and green for the $1 Million Man, 17-1, Justin Pauldo. Miguel Madueño from Sinaloa, Mexico, in the camouflage and black trunks. 30-2 record, 28 finishes.
This is another one of those fights that's going to be interesting to score because a lot of the shots Pauldo rolls with, they're hard to see if they land cleanly, and a lot of the eye-catching shots from Pauldo.
He waits so much. Again, when he watches this fight, he's going to see how many opportunities he had to just
There's so
control
many
the
holes.
distance,
Right.
control the range with the left hand, and literally just make Madueño, I wouldn't say fight with his hands in his pocket, but just about. When there's a consistent jab in front of Madueño, he rarely answers, and he doesn't start closing that gap either. Even this, jabs really aren't landing, but look how controlled Madueño is staying.
Yep.
So you can pick and choose now when to put some stuff behind that jab and when to continue to use that jab consistently. And Madueño will cooperate.
And judges tend to like guys who are aggressive and throwing punches and coming forward, whether they're being effective or not.
And Pauldo did tell us yesterday in the fight interviews he knows Madueño's a strong guy. Said not too many tricks, though. Justin feels like the more skilled fighter. And he's starting to open up that toolbox that I alluded to, guys, at the top of the show. Picking up those little tricks at high-level gym in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, 28 KOs is 28 KOs, and Madueño looks to be in good shape. Here in round 6, really letting those hands go. And like you said, champ, Pauldo is allowing him to work.
Just because many of them came early doesn't mean he can't finish late, right, Chris?
No, I mean, heavy hands are heavy hands. I mean, if you're not getting scoring 28 knockouts in 30 fights, even if you're fighting a bunch of cab drivers, you still stop 28 of them. So the hands are there. A little swelling outside the left eye of Pauldo.
Oh, good right
That's
hand
not going to help.
Good combination by Madueño.
And again, he's able to get it
downstairs.
And he gets it off because Pauldo's waiting. That's a little counter right hand from Pauldo. But again, waiting so long, is it worth it? Is it worth it to wait that long just to get that little counter roll, counter right hand?
But that was my point about how difficult this can be to score because Pauldo does land immediately after when he does get touched, but it turns into 1-for-1, you go, I go.
And I get that sometimes he even doesn't get touched, but you're allowing Madueño to keep believing in himself. Good hook there from Madueño.
Step around, okay? I can't have one punch at a time. No punch is not gonna win you this fight, okay? I don't want nothing, no doubts in this fight, okay? 3, 4, 5 punches at a time. Then you step around.
Good statement at the end of the round by Miguel Madueño.
Double jab right hand, little counter right hand there from Pauldo. And the bell then just says, yeah, he has a hook for you. Take that with you back to your seat.
Yeah, that leaping left hook has been a weapon that Madueño has been trying to utilize all night long. That was the cleanest one that he's landed tonight.
And this one is flying by, guys. 10-rounder for the WBA Continental North America lightweight belt. We are in round number 7. Justin Pauldo, black, yellow, and green, camouflage and black for Miguel Madueño.
Yeah, that swivel right hand that Pauldo utilizes is sharp. That one just missed. Really gets great torque and rotation with that upper body.
Wednesday night fights delivering once again here on your boxing channel, ProBox TV.
You know, Pauldo's got a good counter roll right hand, but I feel like also sometimes he looks for it too much. You know, like almost like he'll take away from the other good things he knows how to do because he wants to look for that one shot. He's a capable guy, man. He's got a lot of talent, but you know, also your decision making inside the ring also goes a long way in separating you from certain levels.
Yeah, but champ, I don't got to tell you, jabbing with a certain level of guy and then jabbing with a higher level guy is a different thing.
Of course. Oh, but you see when he moves his hands there, nice combination.
As effective as a jab is, it's actually the easiest punch to counter because you don't have as much power coming your way.
Yeah. If it's in the same time, in the same rhythm all the time. But that's at the point where Madueño doesn't even expect jabs, so when he sees them, he almost freezes.
Greatly due to the success of Miguel Madueño, the last time he won a unanimous decision victory, last time he garnered the judges' scorecards was in 2018.
So you're saying Madueño doesn't like decisions?
No, he does not. The last two have not gone his way, in fact. Cleggett and Corrales. His one finish later than round 6 was a round 10 finish against Sonny Fredrickson, Paulie, who was in our last chance tournament.
Yeah, we saw Fredrickson. He didn't last long though.
No, he did not. He was Kendo Tremendo's victim.
Yeah, you saw about 20-30 seconds ago, you see Pauldo was circling his way around the ring, and Madueño was following him, and then he just stopped and stepped back. For me, it's like, bro, you got 30 pro fights. Cut off the ring. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think he's going to come to you just because you stopped following him and come and step back? You couldn't get to him. Again, here we go again. All you got to do is cut off the ring.
Take the bullshit out of it, okay? Now go to work in it. You got to go to work in that, okay? Come on, man. You started off perfectly. Now you're starting to move around too much. You ain't going to win rounds like that, okay? The plan is in the middle of the ring.
Never want to leave it in the hands of the judges. We had a weird one. He leaves on one of the scorecards in our co-main event. But keep in mind, the point deduction taken from Madueño earlier in the fight could loom very largely.
What was worse in the co-main event, the 99-91 card, or the fact that for the first time in my life I saw an instant replay overturn a correct decision and make it wrong?
Both. It's a tie for worse, Paulie. Round number 8, scheduled for 10. Mike Goldberg, the Magic Man, the former 2-time world champion, Paulie Malignaggi, former world champion, Chris Algieri, combination from Madueño.
Very, very good right hand down to the body by Madueño as Pauldo was circling along the ropes. And now Madueño is getting off.
I think Pauldo has complicated this fight for himself. You know, I think he's made it much more difficult than it needed to be. And it's competitive. That point deduction could loom large.
Yep.
And for me, it's also a fortunate point deduction because you can see right there, you see a Pauldo turn, kind of has his head turn the other way.
Madueño's having a very good round. Very, very busy. All got started with that right hand down low.
And Pauldo does touch in between, but it's just when Madueño's putting the punches in bunches, you know, that little turn roll counter isn't enough to win you the round if Madueño's also landing.
Pauldo on a 12-fight win streak. His lone loss was by split decision in March of 2015. To the body goes Madueño again.
Trench warfare here between these two. Both digging down to the body with both hands.
Nice combination, Madueño.
Madueño's very busy this round.
Good uppercut by Pauldo.
Pop
Good
the head
action
up.
this round. Another good uppercut by
Again,
Pauldo.
sneaky uppercut by the $1 Million Man. You can see the head of Madueño snapping back from those uppercuts. Low shot on the exit.
See the replay of that low blow.
Oh yeah,
that was a nice. That's a sneak blow.
Okay. This is an accident. Replay said low blow. It's an accident. It's an accident.
Pauldo actually trying to sneak that one in on the other side from the referee so he doesn't see it. Yep.
You ready?
Well timed, well targeted.
Retaliation. Time in.
Well disguised. Final minute of the round.
Let him go.
Again, uppercuts landing for both men. There's another one from Pauldo.
Another one from Pauldo.
What a fight!
Oh, Madueño coming back and Pauldo. Wow.
Yes.
You don't get this kind of action anywhere else.
Digging in, both men.
Wow!
ProBox TV, baby. This is the one.
What a fight!
Both men refuse to give an inch. Digging deep here.
The shots are landing, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were defending well on the inside. I had both just cracking each other.
Standing ovation by the crowd here.
Justifiably so.
Well deserved.
Here's the flurry, guys.
I mean, flurry, this back and forth action from both guys. Hard shots, too. Often flurries, you think of short shots. These guys have been digging with power shots back and forth. And to your point, champ, both are landing. Landing clean, hard shots.
Yeah, this replay was a better replay for Pauldo.
Madueño had a very good round, though. Was consistent from the beginning to the end. Pauldo drew a line in the sand and said, all right, I'm going to stay here and fight.
And
awesome round.
Pauldo did win a 10-round unanimous decision in his ProBox TV debut last August, pardon me, against Estella. This is round number 9. The $1 Million Man, black, yellow, and green. Explosivo in the camouflage and black, round number 9 of 10.
Round 9 starting off the way round 8 ended. Both guys meeting in the center of the ring and trading big shots.
Pauldo, born and raised in Orlando. Got a lot of family and friends in attendance here tonight at our ProBox TV World Headquarters.
And for everyone at home, we can hear these body shots landing ringside. Oh, man. Thumping shots.
Great durability, great conditioning, showcased by both fighters.
I'll tell you this much. Both of these guys are going to know they were in a fight last night tomorrow morning.
Let him go. Let him go.
Madueño never been stopped. Pauldo never been stopped. Watch for that uppercut again.
Madueño has done a very good job of pulling Pauldo into his fight, especially as the rounds have worn on. This is exactly the kind of fight Madueño would like.
I almost feel like when Madueño followed Pauldo to hit back to his corner a couple of rounds ago, I feel like Pauldo took offense to it, and he's been fighting toe-to-toe with Madueño ever since.
much to Madueño's chagrin.
Final minute of the 9th.
Let him go. Let him go.
Much to your point, Paulie, he may Madueño have taunted enough to get Pauldo to get into more of a firefight here.
Yeah, he said, yeah, you want me to stop and fight? All right.
Yep.
You get what you careful what you ask for. It's giving us better action, I'll tell you that.
Seems like a lot of the steam has coming off the shots of Madueño, though. Does not have the same snap that he had earlier on. Falling into shots.
Yes, slowly, Pauldo's crisper shots are more telling here. A good hook there on the inside from Madueño. This wrestling also fatigues me like crazy.
Absolutely.
Jockeying for position on the inside.
Oh, good connection late.
Good angle cut there from Pauldo to step around. A lot of machismo in the ring tonight.
You got that right.
Something tells me they don't like each other, guys.
They're really not going to like each other these last 3 minutes.
Right in front of you. So that's why I need him at right there. Use that jab. So boom, boom,
You don't have to not like the other guy to fight him, but it certainly helps.
Yeah.
Go to the body first, and then uppercut. Body first, and then uppercut. But listen, pick your punches this round. I need you to be busy this round. Okay? Come on, man. Last round. Okay? Everything is good. And listen, toda la pelea va perdiendo, Miguel.
Madueño.
Miguel. No medio chiles como ahorita. Ya mete presión y tira la y no vas a perder, cabrón. Estás perdiendo toda la pelea.
3 minutes remain. 10th and final round. Our main event of the evening.
A lot on the line here.
Remember, a point deducted in round 5 by Christopher Young against Madueño, trying to make up that point and many others.
Ooh, nice jabs from Madueño.
Yeah, oh, good body shot there from Madueño. Good right hand over the top from Pauldo. That's the thing. These guys are so competitive. Everyone either one who lands a good shot gets answered back right away.
Pauldo has not been defeated in 8 years, 10 months, and 29 days. 2 minutes.
All right.
Oh, nice body shot there. As Madueño was bent over and stretched out.
Just finish hard, please. Fight too damn
That's one thing, though, Pauldo's not gotten too many warnings for is the holding down the head. Nice little triple hook from Pauldo.
Yeah, those are very slappy shots, though.
Madueño trying to hunt him down now.
Doing everything but cutting off the ring, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Literally ran after him instead of cutting off the ring.
This is another one of those fights where at the decision, both guys are going to think they won.
Yeah.
That left very active here in the 10th for Pauldo, who switches to southpaw for a moment.
Again, Madueño not cutting off the ring. Again, look. This is not going to help his cause here. And especially, you give Pauldo a chance to rest, and then he can come fire back. When fighters of this experience are missing those simple things, it amazes me. He will literally look at Pauldo and say he doesn't want to fight. Meantime, Pauldo will crack him with shots every time he catches him. And he won't understand that if he would just cut off the ring, he would force Pauldo to fight when he wants to fight instead of when Pauldo wants to fight.
The lost art of cutting off the ring. Very few fighters nowadays are adept.
Lethal left hand on display here in the 10th and final round from Justin Pauldo. Final 20 seconds of the fight.
I think it literally cost him the round.
Well, he didn't do anything besides stalk and posture.
But he started the round decent, but once Pauldo started moving and then shooting, stopping and shooting, moving and stopping and shooting, Madueño hasn't done anything because he's just been chasing him.
Yeah, but Madueño's ego is going to tell him that he won this round, which isn't the case. That's not how boxing works.
They go the distance. In our main event of the evening, Justin Pauldo and Miguel Madueño.
Madueño's looking at Pauldo like he's still mad at him.
Yep.
You're only allowed to fight 10 rounds tonight, guys.
Hey, Paulie Matchmaker, how many rematches are we going to schedule tonight?
I don't know. That co-main event, I feel like I would want to see again.
Yeah, that was a fun fight.
Escudero was a good fight. This one Pauldo might have pulled out at the end.
They put on a show from the very start. That is for certain. Round 2. Great left hand lands there. Round 8.
Great back and forth action between these two. Pauldo fought more than you would expect him to with a guy who has as much boxing skill and IQ as he does, but Madueño pushed the pace, pushed the action, and made Pauldo fight his fight.
And in the 10th, that left hand was lethal. The triple left hook that Paulie talked about. And it is now in the hands of the judges as they render their decision. The scorecards are in. Who is victorious in the main event? Here is Jim Sorensen.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 rounds of boxing action takes us to the judges' scorecards. And in this fight, Judge Alvaro Rodriguez scored the fight 95-94 blue. Judge Brian Gary scored the fight 95-94 red. And Judge Rose Lesend scored the fight 97-92 for your split decision winner and champion, WBA North American Continental Lightweight Champion, the new Miguel Madueno.
Some judges like the coming forward, guys.
Yep.
I'll tell you though, Florida is one of those states that sometimes has judges that will like the guy coming forward, and they'll reward that. I got hit with like 3 punches from Artem Lobov all night, and they still gave him a decision. I kid you not. But so in this state, this state has kind of been consistent in that way, and that's why I was worried for Pauldo not letting off the counters in numbers and just waiting for that roll counter right hand. I felt Pauldo might have edged it out at the end, but it is one of those fights.
So the point deduction
didn't help
does not work against Madueño in the end. He wins by split decision and takes the belt from Justin Pauldo.
Is this the biggest win of Madueño's career right now? I mean, huge
right
win,
up to,
especially coming off the Claggett loss. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Sonny Fredrickson was a good win for him. This is certainly better than that one. Yeah, I mean, listen, we spoke about this throughout the fight. Madueño was able to pull Pauldo into his fight, even though it was pretty even on the inside of the exchanges. Judges like the guy who's pushing the pace and pushing the action.
Yep.
Well, and we kept
first loss in a long time for Pauldo.
Pauldo's going to go back and watch this fight and see all the opportunities that he could have had. Champ, you mentioned the jab, but also just the holes that were there because of the overabundance of offense from Madueño and the loading up on shots.
You know what? A lot of times, what a good jab will do, especially to a guy who just plods forward like Madueño, it will prevent him from getting his hands off. In the fight that Pauldo fought, even though he may have won it, he may have felt he won it, he allowed Madueño to get off punches, and that is a good look to the judges. When you're jabbing at a guy in controlling range, he can't even get his hands off. It's clear he's not winning the round, and that's why sometimes it's best to simplify things as opposed to complicate things. And I felt like Pauldo, even though I thought he edged it, I thought he complicated his life tonight.
That was something mentioned by you on numerous occasions, Magic Man, early on, and in the end it does cost the $1 Million Man. Defeated for the second time in his professional career. 2 weeks from tonight, the Serbian Hot Rod returns, representing St. Petersburg, Florida. He will face off against 22-4 Sullivan Barrera. Plus, the first fight of 2024 for rising Puerto Rican star 10-0 Marcos Valle. Join us for all the action 2 weeks from tonight, Wednesday, March 13th, here on ProBox TV. 3 fights, all ultra entertaining, and some back and forth battles, memorable to say the least, on another Wednesday night. ProBox TV fights brought to you by sportsbetting.ag. Now, for those of you watching on YouTube TV and on the ProBox TV app, stick around when we say goodnight, because we have a Wednesday night fight extra, a full card that took place over the weekend, and tonight you will see it for the first time outside of the country of Argentina, including a 10-rounder for the Women's WBA World Super Flyweight Championship. Tonight, it was about Mongolia, and then Puerto Rico, and in the end, Sinaloa's Miguel Madueño goes home with the belt. For Paulie Malignaggi, Chris Algieri, Mike Goldberg saying so long. Stay with us. We're moments away from Argentina against Mexico for a WBA World Super Flyweight Women's Championship from Buenos Aires Casino.
ProBox TV will give you international fights like this one that took place days ago, Saturday, February 24th, from the Casino Buenos Aires, that haven't been aired in your area, that we've reproduced in both English and Spanish. This is some bonus fight content to go along with our bi-weekly live Wednesday night fights. Sit back and enjoy the show here on ProBox TV, your boxing channel. Should be a great night of fights in collaboration with Samson Boxing and Theo Box in the beautiful Casino Buenos Aires. George Nicotelis alongside Chris Algieri. One of 3 fights. The first one, Huelcano versus Dorian Maidana, and then the WBA Super Flyweight title will be on the line as the champion Clara Lescurat will be going up against the young Mexican Regina Chavez, and the main event, Josue Francisco Agüero will be taking on Francisco Crucero for the Título Fede Latin. Featherweight division. The first one here from welterweight, Huelcano, Hawaiian 7-1, knockout on his record when Dorian Maidana, no relation relation to Marcos or Fabian will be stepping into the ring, as it is a matchup of Uruguay versus Argentina here on ProBox TV. Let's go to the ring for the official fighter introductions. And Huelcano is going to be quite a matchup. 8 rounds, welterweight. Gloria Maidana, 9 wins, 3 losses, and 5 wins by way of his last fight in Spain. 6-round TKO to Samuel Molina's first time, the only time he's fought outside of Argentina. Definitely not be the fan favorite here in this encounter. 7-1, just 1 knockout on his record. In this fight at 147 pounds.
California, by way of
Mongolia,
please welcome.
Been pretty active, both fighters for the most part. Fighting multiple times in 2023.
I was going to say, this is Maidana's first time fighting at the actual welterweight limit. He's been a few pounds lighter before, but his opponent Cano has been at welterweight majority of his career. See if that plays a factor.
Atrevido Maidana. First round, and we were talking about it. We say, is he related to Marcos Chino Maidana? He's one of the great Argentine fighters of all time, or his brother Fabian, who had a good record as well. Unfortunately not, but still you gotta like the Maidana name as a fighter. It does carry a lot of weight, even if they aren't blood relatives. So a little bit of pause before the first round begins. And so Huelcano, well, it'll be easy to know who he is because he has his first name on the front there of those silver and blue trunks, and Dorian Maidana with his first name on the front and his last name in the back in the green trunks. Georgie Metellus alongside Chris Algieri. Welcome and thank you very much for joining us here on ProBox TV, International Fight Series.
These two are wasting no time. No feeling out process here in round number 1. Cano, obviously the bigger man, coming forward, getting right in the grill of Maidana. Maidana firing back with quick hands. Yeah, these guys are gonna let this fly. Good left hook there from Cano. Counter hook upstairs, lands well against Maidana.
Cano's last fight back in October in Montevideo, majority decision victory over Enzo Calafate. A 6-round bout. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. Prizes for the 100,000th subscriber. Exchange from both. Maidana going to the body there.
Both men asserting themselves, trying to separate who's going to be in control. So far, it's been Cano coming forward more often, land a nice overhand right. It's been a battle of left hooks between these two. Both of them have pretty good left hook.
Maidana trying to bounce back after suffering a loss in Spain to Samuel Molina. 6-round TKO.
I watched part of that Molina fight. Molina is a good fighter with a lot of experience. Ooh, good right hand from Cano off the ropes. Excellent setup. Left hand down low, right hand upstairs.
The cameraman almost felt that too. The cameraman had to back off the ropes there. Stiff jab there from Maidana.
I like the way Cano is approaching this fight. He's keeping it very fundamental. No fat on his punches, counters everything. Puts a lot of pressure walking forward.
They trying to pin Maidana there on the ropes, but Maidana gets out of it, going to his right.
Notice how Cano cuts off the ring. He's moving left. Hands from Maidana, finishes downstairs to the body.
Maidana 2 losses in his last 3 fights, but did fight 3 times in 2023, so he's been active. Same for Cano. Maidana working the jab there.
Nice snappy jab.
Cano has some in the corner.
Seems to me like Maidana's figuring something out. He can't just stand in front of Cano the way he did in the first half of the round.
Good action first round between these two. Scheduled for 8 at welterweight. Huelcano, the Uruguayan, has 1 knockout on his record. He came in his first pro fight back in June of 2022 when he took down Mario Alberto Ferreira in the first round.
And you know, George, that's surprising. He looks like he punches harder than that. You know, the fact that he only has 1 KO win. He landed some really big shots that round. Well-placed, smart punches.
It's a good start to the round. Good, entertaining start here. Start our card here on ProBox TV. Don't forget to like and subscribe on our YouTube channel, ProBox TV. And you know what? Also, give a like and subscribe to our ProBox TV Espanol brethren as well. As we get ready for the start of the second round. The Casino Buenos Aires. Nice outdoor venue there on the water.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, it does.
We might have to take a trip down one of these shows.
That would be smooth.
Get to see some live action.
I'm down for that. Maybe whoever wins the 100,000 subscriber can fly us down there. We'll see.
Nice, there we go.
Second round here.
I liked how Maidana went immediately down to the body after rocking Cano upstairs.
Please welcome
Let's see if Maidana can finish off Cano here in the second round.
From Atlanta, Georgia,
working pretty well for Maidana, I would say.
Yeah, he's the more athletic of the two. He's using some feints, some upper body movement.
Shakur Stevenson.
There's that overhand right attempt to once again and back downstairs to the body. I think the body work has been playing a big role in this fight. There you see Cano pushing his trunks down, gets wobbled again with a left hook.
Maidana looking to finish Cano here in the second round. He's got him in trouble on the ropes. Rights and lefts. Cano standing strong here.
What a reversal here in round 2.
Big right hand by Maidana. Maidana has been dropped before. He did lose. His only professional loss was a TKO in the 7th round to Walter Cordova back in July. And Maidana looking to finish him.
Maidana looking very good here in round 2.
Break through the guard there of Cano. Cano's in big trouble here in the second round.
Cano's not throwing back either. He's coming forward, but not behind punches. Really just stalking and walking into shots.
The body work of Maidana has done a number on Cano early on this fight.
Nice feet there, Maidana. Good left hand.
You can see Maidana getting a little confident. The hands dropping a little bit there, knowing that he's rocked Cano in this second round. Cano now fighting back here. Got Maidana in trouble here on the ropes.
Sin luchar, sin luchar. Sin luchar los dos. Yo la cabeza. Abrimos ahí.
Coming close to the end of round number 2. And definitely Maidana winning that round. And sparring sessions, one of the great shows we have here on ProBox TV.
Teofimo Lopez has done it. Shakur Stevenson has done it. Everyone's retiring, and then they're coming back. So this is a fun one. Who do you guys think is going to be next to retire? Chris, you're going to start this round. Round 2, ring the bell.
My phone is irritated with the judging. Even my soul is irritated with the judging.
Wow.
Man special. Keep blowing up.
Hey, ever notice he's got his peds out in the open? The balls on this guy. He's not even hiding it anymore.
Caffeine galore.
Caffeine and
All
sugar.
right.
Got it.
One up my nose and one up
That's the stack right there. It's caffeine and sugar. He's juiced up now.
All right, Chris, let's get ready to ring that bell. Who's next to retire? Ring the bell to start round 2.
This is going to be a hot take. It's something I said at the end of last year on my podcast, actually. The next to retire is going to be Terence Crawford, and he's going to stay retired. He's not going to feign it. I think that he's going to have probably one more big fight this year, and then I think that's the last that we're going to see. We're going to see of the great Terence Crawford. Most likely, he's going to retire undefeated. If he gets the Canelo fight, maybe not. But regardless, I think if he gets the Canelo fight, the amount of money he's going to make in that fight and the history of going up so many weight classes is going to solidify him.
About to begin round 3 here of this welterweight bout between Joel Cano and Dorian Maidana. Are you the champion in sparring session right now? The
yes.
most recent champion? Okay. Okay. Paulie hasn't filed anything with the commission, right? AKA George Jakovic, not yet?
I haven't heard anything from the commission yet if there's been any overturning. Ooh, nice uppercut there from Maidana in that last round. Maidana was a totally different guy in that second round. He came out landing big bombs, scored a knockdown. There was the overhand right that had Kano in trouble.
Right to the temple is really jarring, yeah.
And listen, I keep mentioning those body punches. He's been placing very tricky body shots on both sides of the body with the right and the left hand, and I think that's having an effect on Kano.
Dorian Maidana trying to get back into a winning run of fights. As I mentioned, he fought 3 times in 2023, lost 2 of them, so see if he can get his career. Ooh, there's a right hand.
Kano.
Number 3, Dorian Maidana in the green, Kano in the blue and silver. Oh, Kano has Maidana on the ropes here.
Welcome, Justin.
Heavy shots. Back comes Maidana now. But George, you know what the difference between these two is? Maidana has a jab. He's setting those shots up, which is why Kano didn't see that overhand right last round. He feinted the left jab and then came with the overhand right to the...
An impressive win by El Atrevido, Dorian Maidana.
That was an excellent finish. Slipped off line, left hook to the liver. You saw the look of pain on the face of Kano. I'd mentioned that those body shots linger, they stay with you. Maidana was smart, stuck it out, stayed to the body, finished his man up. Good work.
What a great fight there by Dorian Maidana. A great way to start here on ProBox TV. Take a look at the best action from this fight here. Welterweights, 147, and second time that Kano has suffered a defeat. But it was in the second round with that overhand right. But it was set up, Chris, by all the body work that Maidana was doing.
Yeah, the jabs and the body work. Maidana had trouble in the first round. Kano was very aggressive, walking him down, stalking him, countering everything. But in the second round, Maidana was able to use the jab and the strength of his body work to start to break down Kano. Here we saw left hook that hurt Kano for the second knockdown of the fight.
Oh,
that caught him. Yeah, they traded left hooks. One was upstairs, one was downstairs. So Maidana and Kano, I don't think ever recovered, because there you saw Maidana with a beautiful slip to the right hand, left hook to the liver. And when you're outstretched like that, those left hooks hurt the most because they catch that stretched out.
Just stopped it right there. He wouldn't have got up at 10. I think that the pain from that body shot was too much there.
Those liver shots, like I said, they take a long time to recover from. There wasn't any complaint from Kano either, so that's always a good indication that the stoppage was good.
So well done by Dorian Maidana, the body work from the first round all the way through to the third round TKO. And the first fight of the night goes the way of the Argentine, which will put a smile on the home fans here. Next 2 fights have an Argentine going up against a Mexican, so we will see how those fights play out. And we'd like to remind you that from time to time, ProBox TV will give you international fights like this that took place days ago that haven't been aired in your area, that we produced in both English and Spanish. And this is some bonus fight content to go along with our bi-weekly live Wednesday night fight. So enjoy the show. And Regina Chavez will look to be putting on a show. The 19-year-old from Mexico, from Ciudad de Mexico, a.k.a. Ronnie. 19 years of age in her first title fight, title challenge. And she will be going up against Clara Lescurat, who will certainly be obviously the home crowd favorite. The reigning WBA super flyweight champion, the native of Buenos Aires. Clara Lescurat with an accomplished amateur background, and we'll talk about her story when it comes to getting into professional boxing. But she looks all business walking to the ring. WBA super flyweight champion at 115, or 52 kilos, since they use kilos over there in Argentina. It should be very interesting. You have an age difference of 16 years between the 19-year-old Mexican Regina Chavez and 35-year-old Clara Lescurat.
ProBox TV, México y Estados Unidos. Llegó la pelea mundialista de mujeres que todos esperábamos. Argentina, México.
And we go, the ring announcer, yep. emphasizing the fight between an Argentine and a Mexican.
Carlos Villegas, Gloria Martínez Rizzo y Cristian Delgado, el árbitro de la pelea será
Should
el
be
señor
very interesting here at
Gerardo
115. For
Fiscaliza
Chavez,
por
this is the first
AMB,
time she's fighting at 115,
Romina
so most of her fights have been at 105, 108. You look at her frame, you can figure 105, 108 would be kind of natural for her, but
Yeah.
115 is definitely a step up.
But she is coming off a 3-fight win streak.
Yep.
So she's got momentum, she's got confidence, she's got a world title fight. She actually has more fights, less world-class experience than Liquidad, because obviously this is her 4th title defense, fighting top contenders all along the way.
Regina Chavez from the Ciudad de Mexico. Ronnie Chavez, Regina Chavez. Ronnie is the nickname. As you mentioned, Chris, 3-fight win streak coming into this one, earning her a shot at the title. But this is her first fight outside of Mexico, and it's for a title, so we'll see how that works out for her. And defending her belt, Clara Lescurat, undefeated with 9 wins, 4 by way of knockout. And definitely the home crowd favorite. And as I mentioned before, an interesting Villa Parque de Buenos Aires. So we had Villa Lynch, now Villa Parque.
Serán 10 asaltos, título mundial.
This one is set for 10 rounds at the super flyweight, or as they say in Spanish, super mosca. Because I think mosca is fly, and right, is the translation in English is fly, like an actual fly, like a fly in the wall, or the Jeff Goldblum movie.
Chávez.
You know it can't be ProBox TV without a movie reference.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Guarda con las cabezas para no tener cortes, guarda con los golpes bajos y los golpes en la nuca. Salúdense. Suerte para las dos.
Stare down and the tension for this one. WBA super flyweight title on the line. The champion, Clara Lescurat.
Yeah, defending champion Liquidad looks very, very focused.
And the teenage challenger, because still 19, Regina Chavez Ronnie. Lescurat in the orange and black trunks with the red gloves, and Chavez in the blue gloves with the black trunks, and obviously her last name on the back end. They're throwing blows early on here to start this fight.
Looping shots from Liquidad. Oof. She gotta be careful. Chavez has a very short left hook. A la most Mexican fighters. She's coming back with that left hook every time. She landed some good blows upstairs so far.
They're just standing toe-to-toe right now in the middle of the ring for the most part here. Good start to this title fight. Third defense here, title defense for Lescurat. Won the title June 2022. 2022 against Maribel Ramirez. And if you include the fact that she won the WBA Gold Super Flyweight title, this will be a 3rd title defense.
Nice left hook to deliver there from Chavez. There it is again, doubles up the left hand.
See, Chavez maybe slightly taller, maybe a little bit more reach advantage.
Yeah, no, she's the one coming up in weight, but she looks bigger than the champ. Impressive start for the 19-year-old.
Yeah, they definitely not afraid of the champion and not afraid to let those hands go. And fighter just standing in the middle of the ring there so far.
Both these ladies know how to let their hands go. No one's throwing one punch at a time. It's always combination, back and forth.
First round in the books here in Buenos Aires. WBA Super Flyweight title fight between Clara Lescurat and Regina Ronnie Chavez.
Apparently there's no feeling out rounds in Buenos Aires. Everybody comes out swinging.
And that makes a for an entertaining fight for us neutrals here watching this fight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, last fight for both of these fighters. It's been a while for Clara Lescurata. May 2023, last time she stepped in the ring was an 8th round TKO victory over the Brazilian Daniela de Jesus Aguilar. I have to say it that way because it's Brazilian. And then for Chavez, last time she was in the ring in November, a little bit more recent, 8-round unanimous decision victory over Clara Alcantara. But that was at 104 at strawweight, so putting on about 10 pounds to move up in weight class to fight the champ. First round, basically toe-to-toe in the middle of the ring, and looks like the second round is going to start that way as Ronnie Chavez in the all-black with the blue gloves, and the champion Lescurat, the orange and black with the red gloves.
You mentioned Chavez coming up 10 pounds, but it looks like she's holding the weight well. She doesn't look soft, and she looks bigger than the champion. So again, she is still young, so possibly just be maturing into her body.
19 years of age, Ronnie Chavez. And as you mentioned before, she actually has more professional fights than Lescurat.
Nice combination there from Chavez. Looking for that left hook downstairs. I think that would be smart because the champion is throwing a lot of combinations. You want to sap that gas tank.
Lescurat in her 10th professional fight. Chavez in her 14th professional fight. Good exchange there. Lescurat getting the better of that one. That left hook you were talking about, Chris, there by Chavez.
Chavez has a good left hand. She's letting that thing fly upstairs and downstairs, setting it up with the jab. Both these ladies do not throw a single punch. They throw combinations. I love that.
Chavez might have caught the champion with the uppercut there.
Chavez, very workmanlike. Stalking, walking down, throwing combinations.
And not much lateral movement from Lescurat, who might be a little bit, maybe a little bit undersized compared to Chavez.
Yeah, unless Le Couret can separate herself in terms of her movement or out punching Chavez, this is not really the fight that she wants to be in, standing right in front.
Second round, much like the first round, both fighters just toe-to-toe. We'll see if there's any change in some of the tactics here, the strategy of either fighter.
I think Chavez has looked good. That was a very good round. It seemed like she was able to outwork the champion, landed the better, cleaner punches, in my eyes.
And it's scheduled for 10 rounds, and Chavez has never, well, this is the first time she's had a fight scheduled for 10 rounds, so we're going to see how well conditioned she is, but so far she's not backing down from the champion with some combinations. That left hook getting inside of the defense of Lescurat, and it's been impressive from the teenager there going up against the reigning WBA super flyweight champion with the belt on the line. Heading into round number 3. This is kind of a home, not only is Lescurat obviously Argentine, so she's on her home soil, but this venue is kind of a home venue advantage for her as well. 3 of the last 4 fights, including this one, have been fought here at the Casino Buenos Aires. So,
and she's also defending her titles.
Yep.
She is the defending champion. So Chavez, I believe, understands that. That's why she's being so aggressive coming forward, trying to control the center of the ring. A certain good left hook upstairs from Chavez. Ooh, and back down to the body.
Lescurat has had problems dealing with that left hook of Chavez here.
And Chavez is a very educated left hand. Lets that left hook smoothly fly high and low, and lets combinations go. She's in there, man. She's very focused tonight. She wants to be a world champion.
Has to go to the body there, Lescurat.
Good counter from Lescurat. Right hand over the top. See, this is where we start to see the experience of Lescurat. She's been in more 10-rounders. She's been in world title fights. She's scored knockouts in title fights.
Lescurat. 5th consecutive fight scheduled for 10 rounds.
Yeah, I'm seeing an adjustment here from Lescurat. she's not just standing in front anymore. She's creating a little bit of distance, a little bit of angles, and she's using her timing to counter the onslaught of Chavez.
This might be the turning point in the fight here for Escudero. We'll see how Chavez reacts to that.
Yeah, I thought the first 2 rounds were Chavez rounds. She was very aggressive, landed the better punches, fighting the fight where she wanted it to be.
7 wins, 3 losses, and 3 draws for Chavez. Escudero 9-0, 4 by knockout.
Yeah, that's the adjustment has been made. Escudero is now using a little bit of lateral movement. She's countering from the outside. Good adjustment from the experienced champion.
Number 3, I have to say that the champ won that one. First 2 to Chavez, probably just for being more aggressive, and now
that's the way I have it. Yeah.
Escudero winning round number 3, scheduled for 10 here at the Casino Buenos Aires. Regina Chavez. Now she has to adjust to what Escudero has adjusted.
Let's see if the 19-year-old has that adjustment in her toolbox.
Best action from round number 3. Right hand there, but both of these fighters have granite chins because they get some good shots and haven't budged at all. And don't forget, this fight took place Saturday, February 24th, in conjunction with Samsung Boxing and Deo Box. Like and subscribe on our YouTube channel, and we will have our Wednesday night fight series continue on YouTube from the ProBox TV Event Center, Plant City, Florida. I don't know many boxing networks that give you live fights pretty much every 2 weeks. Only ProBox TV does it.
On top of the daily news shows and all of the fun shows that we also cover.
All the famers, world champions, only on ProBox TV. Speaking of world champions, we got Escudero here in the orange and black trunks with the red gloves. And a battle here against the Mexican teenage challenger.
Yeah, Escudero was trying to hold her ground in those first 2 rounds, and she's just getting outworked by the younger challenger. Now she's giving a little bit of lateral movement, giving a little bit of ground, and using her timing and distance control to land her combinations.
One thing I like from both of these fighters is it's not one punch. You mentioned it, Chris. They are throwing combinations. Makes for an action-packed fight for sure.
Alto, 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 alto. Levantamos la cabeza, no la bajamos, ¿sí? Box.
To Chavez, watch the head, and then Escudero don't go down to avoid the head-to-head collisions. Is that even a term in boxing, head-to-head collision, to avoid the head butting?
Accidental headbutts.
Accidental headbutts, okay.
That's the most common term.
Common term, yeah. I think head-to-head collisions, I think of...
Head clash.
Head clash, yeah. Head-to-head collision is some car stuff.
That's traffic stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we got 2-way traffic here.
Yeah.
In this title fight. Both ladies going back and forth, letting those hands fly. Good adjustment round for Chavez.
Round number 4. And this is a close fight so far. 4 rounds, very close. The judges are going to definitely going to have their hands full and a lot to think about with this fight so far. By the way, this past weekend in Argentina was a Super Clásico weekend. Boca River amongst other rivalries. The weekend of this fight. See some of the best action from round number 4. And Escudero definitely is in a fight here, the WBA Super Flyweight champion. This is round number 5. The Casino Buenos Aires. ProBox TV, your boxing channel. George DiMattelis alongside Chris Algieri. The first of Argentina versus Mexico fights. already had a pretty spectacular knockout there. The body shots there by Maidana taking out Huelcano before this one. And now these two throwing bombs and, as they say, let the hands go in round number 5. It's been like that the entire fight so far.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of jabbing from either of these ladies thus far, but actually, like, Lescurat came out with her jab at the beginning of this round.
Escudero doing a better job of avoiding that left, but it seems like Chavez is adjusting, throwing the right hand more, or at least connecting, looks like connecting maybe more with the right hand. You can hear from the corner, keep going, keep throwing those punches. I'm assuming that's the corner of Chavez that's saying that.
This fight's going to come down to conditioning.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like either lady is able to hurt each other today. Who's going to be able to keep up this pace? Escudero's coming on.
Ooh.
Big overhand right.
Both fighters absorbing some major punishment.
Chavez splits the guard nicely with that right hand.
Escudero's hands dropping a little bit, at least from what I'm noticing. Eventful round 5 here in Buenos Aires. Scheduled for 10. This is kind of uncharted waters here for the teenager Ronnie Chavez in the all black. So we'll see if the experience of Lescurat and one of the great shows. We saw sparring sessions earlier. Deep waters can be just as entertaining as well.
Now I gotta stay handcuffed a little bit. I gotta pick my shots I gotta throw, because otherwise, if I miss, I'm gonna get hit with a hard shot. Ortiz not counterpunching so well in the second half, like you called it, champ, disengaging.
Disengaging.
It did make it look a little bit worse, because again, what's the word I'm looking for? Didn't frustrate Lopez into
Well,
not.
it didn't deter him at all.
Yeah,
it didn't deter him.
into
That's
not
why
wanting to be aggressive.
he's walking forward, literally like a bully, just coming
But
forward.
don't get me wrong, Lopez is not without
Guys,
criticism too, because he's just crossing his feet,
His
walking
footwork is
forward,
awful,
looking
and
at
he's
the
on
crowd like, hey,
one-
this guy doesn't want to fight.
one
Well,
punch
you
at
know
a
what,
time.
dude? Fundamentally, it's up to you to force that. The ring is
Tim,
square. It's not a stadium.
Let Tim jump in, because Tim, I
Go
saw
ahead,
you
Tim.
trying to say
Go ahead,
something.
Tim. Go ahead. Let him hear.
Real quick. Guys, we don't score fights on damage. That's MMA. You guys sound like you're scoring it on damage. You're talking about Lopez didn't have a scratch on him.
No, I'm just alluding to the CompuBack's numbers and how, like, if the punches look like they're landing but they're not. When you got a guy like Lopez who's so difficult to he's so quick, he's so twitchy. It's hard to see if those punches land or not. So I think my point is a lot of those punches that may seem to have been landed or counted, I don't think they did.
A lot of the punches that were thrown by Lopez didn't land either.
Well,
And
neither
he
one
was
of them landed a
missing
lot.
big. He was missing big. A lot of those body shots, Ortiz was able to step back and get out of range.
Yeah, that was well, Deep Waters is always really good, but that was a really good one with Tim Bradley talking about that Jermaine Ortiz, Teofimo Lopez fight. I'm still surprised Lopez won by unanimous decision. Okay, if he wins the fight, but I didn't know unanimous. I was like, wow, okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Certainly a close fight.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought it was controversial in terms of how it turned out. Regardless, it was close.
This is a close fight here in Buenos Aires between Clara Lescurat, the reigning WBA super flyweight champion, putting her title on the line against the young Mexican, 19 years of age, Regina Ronnie Chavez. Escuderat, the champion, in orange and black with the red gloves. Chavez in the all black with the blue gloves. Round number 6 of a scheduled 10 rounds. And I think, Chris, this is when the conditioning, I think, is going to start to become a factor in this fight.
Yeah, for the female fights, which are only 10 times 2-minute rounds, really the championship rounds is the second half. The last 5 rounds are really where these ladies are able to separate themselves and champions become champions.
Chavez, 7 wins, 3 losses, 3 draws. 3-fight win streak coming into this one, and Escuderat coming off of an 8th round TKO of Daniela de Jesus Aguilar.
One thing about Lescurat, she's very good hand position. She always gets that right hand back up, pinned tightly to that side, catches those punches on the gloves, doesn't get hit clean all that much. Comes from that experience. Good right hand there from Lescurat. Good counter again from the champion.
Lescurat definitely felt that power of Chavez early on and has been, at least to me, been better defensively the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, she's made a nice adjustment. She's countering now. She's stepping back. She's baiting the challenger in and then firing off combinations. Good adjustment from the champion.
Gotta say, Chavez has been active as well. When she gets in close, she's letting the hands go, throwing multiple punches, throwing combinations.
Yeah, she's just hitting a lot more air now. Earlier, she was actually able to touch up the champ, but now, with the adjustments that Lescurat has made, she's been able to step out, keep those hands in a good position. Chavez isn't landing as effectively.
Lescurat to the 2022 Box of the Year in Argentina, awarded by TIC Sports. And another good solid round here. Round number 7 coming up here on ProBox TV. And we'd like to remind you that from time to time, ProBox TV will give you international fights like this one that took place days ago and that haven't been aired in your area and reproduced in both English and Spanish. This is some bonus fight content to go along with our bi-weekly live Wednesday night fight series. Buenos Aires, the site of this one, from Saturday, February 24th. Super Clásico weekend in Argentina. I gotta say that as a football fan and football commentator on the side as well, but some great boxing action here in Buenos Aires. Earlier, Dorian Maidana, the Argentine, knocking out or winning by technical knockout over Joel Cano in the 3rd round with a blistering flurry of just damaging body shots. Looking to make it 2-0 for the Argentines here is Lescurat. Round number 7 of this WBA Super Flyweight Championship fight between Lescurat, the champion in orange and black, and the young Mexican challenger, Regina Chavez. Another strong exchange in the middle of the ring. Lescurat, though, to your point, Chris, has been, the distance has been better, so she's not absorbing all that power.
Yeah, she's been able to step out and make Chavez miss, and then comes back with her own combination, usually punctuating it with a right hand like that. Now even Lescurat is taking the risk to go down to the body. That's been Chavez's game plan all night. In the first couple rounds, there was a lot of me go, you go between these two. Your turn, my turn. But Lescurat has made that adjustment to make Chavez miss and then counter.
Chavez does have one knockout on her resume. That was in a 3rd pro fight. That was September 2019. Won in the 3rd round over Montserrat Atilano.
She's landed some big shots tonight, but the champion has taken them well. She doesn't seem to be buzzed or affected by anything too much so far.
Lescurat has a pretty decorated amateur career.
Nice combination, middle range from Lescurat. And then see how she answers now. She'll cover up, and then she comes right back and then separates herself so Chavez can't answer. Yep, she smothered Chavez there.
So even though, good exchange, even though Chavez has more pro fights, Lescurat has more experience from her amateur background.
And also just even her pro experience, she's fought the much better competition.
Yeah.
This is her 4th world title fight. She's been 10 rounds many times, so that experience pays off in the pros.
7th round, and you get the sense that maybe the tide is turning a little bit for Lescurat with that adjustment. The adjustment came in around the 3rd round when.
Yeah, but then
two.
Chavez actually adjusted. So I gave the first 2 rounds to Chavez, the 3rd round to the defending champion. 4th round, I thought Chavez came back, but ever since then, it's been all Lescurat. So I have her up 4-3.
I'd like to remind you that after this fight, the main event is going to be another matchup of Argentine versus Mexican, as Josue Agüero, no relation to Sergio Kun Agüero, will be going up from Catamarca in Argentina, will be going up against the Mexican Francisco Lucero. That will be the main event after this one. But I think we got some serious drama with this title fight between Lescurat and Chavez. This is the best action from round number 7.
Good right hand from Chavez in the middle there. And as good as that punch was, I think Lescurat did the better work that round. Was more consistent, was answering everything, shots like that. Yeah, so I have Lescurat taking the lead 4 rounds to 3 going into the 8th round here.
Lescurat, the 2-time amateur national champion in Argentina. Gold medalist in the Ringside World Championship in 2017 in Kansas.
I'm sensing a little adjustment here from Chavez. She's trying to cut off the movement now of Lescurat. She's throwing that right hand to where she's moving like that, anticipating her going out to her left.
Most of the
there it is again.
Yeah, most of the lateral movement of Lescurat has been to her left. Yeah.
She's trying to get away from that left hand of Chavez, which was so effective early on. But it turns out that Chavez has a right hand as well.
With that orthodox stance, there's more power on the right hand there, right? From by the
it depends.
nature of the stance.
Yeah, it depends. It depends if she actually is right-handed or how much she's actually worked on the left hook.
Chavez goes to the body there with the left. Good action here, round number 8. Mentioned Lescurat, silver medalist in the AMBC Continental Championship in 2018 in Venezuela. Bronze medal. Continental and the amateur, these are all amateur accomplishments. 2016, 2017.
Good round here from Chavez. She's putting on a lot of pressure, landing some good body shots. Oh, now she switches southpaw.
Ooh, there's a new wrinkle. Switch to southpaw. Does it in round number 8.
That's a good right hand from the champion right hand there.
That certainly is going to add some intrigue, right?
Difficult round to score. Yeah. Difficult round to score. Is a nice adjustment from Team Chavez, trying to cut off the movement of the defending champion. The champion landed some big eye-catching shots, but a lot of the work throughout the round was more consistent from Chavez.
So switching to southpaw, because Lescurat is going to the left, so switching to southpaw cuts off the movement to the left and it forces her to go the other way, or does it just put more power on the right hand?
It depends on what Chavez was seeing or looking. That was a good left hook to the body there by Chavez. Yeah, really good body work that round. I hope these judges are paying attention to that work. A lot of times that could get lost in the sauce and unscored, but Chavez did a lot of good body work in that round. But to your question, George, if the switching sides which doesn't really make sense. If you're able to catch Lescurat as she's moving to her left with right hands, switching southpaw doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
She comes out this round in the orthodox stance. Round number 9 and going to 10.
That's been an effective combination for Lescurat. Has been that lead left hook from the outside to the jab. So gets Chavez to put that right hand to the outside of the face and then jabs down the middle, opening that shot up to land.
And Escudero, ton of amateur experience, but actually was out of the sport, retired in 2020 after her amateur career. And then was in the gym because obviously she's into fitness. And went to Marcos Maidana's gym at Las Clavelinas. Ooh, good exchange here by Chavez.
Yeah, Escudero had landed a good right hand, left hand combination, and then Chavez came right back with a good 1-2 down the middle. Good head movement from Chavez.
Then Escudero training and exercising basically at Marcos Maidana's gym. Fabian kind of discovered and said, hey, you know, you still have talent. You still got the moves.
Body shot there from Chavez again.
That kind of re-energized Escudero to get back into boxing and start a professional career. Number 9, good exchange again.
I'm impressed with Chavez. At only 19 years old, you know, she's got kind of a mixed up record, but there's a lot of potential for her. And I think she should probably stick at this weight class. She looks good here.
Yeah. Definitely has, I mean, good conditioning as well. Doesn't seem like the weight is, for lack of a term, weighing her down.
No, and she looks poised as well. Yeah. She's deep in a fight. furthest she's ever been in a fight, again with the best caliber of opponent she's ever fought, and she looks very poised, understands what she has in front of her, executing a solid game plan.
Definitely giving the champion a lot to think about here, as Clara Lescurat, barring a knockout here in this final round, 10th round, it looks like Lescurat is going to be pushed to the limit, pushed to the distance here by the 19-year-old Regina Chavez. And this is going to be a very interesting decision to see with the numbers from the judges, because both fighters have had very good rounds and have had strong exchanges. This last round might determine who will be the champion here. Great matchup here for the WBA Super Flyweight title. 10th and final round here at the beautiful and very picturesque Casino Buenos Aires. The second of 3 fights that we will feature here on ProBox TV, the International Series. The champion Lescurat in the orange and black with the red gloves, and Chavez in the solid black with the blue gloves.
This is a very close fight. This very well could come down to this last round. Ooh, good exchange. Both ladies land solid.
And for the most part, from the opening bell, it's pretty much been toe-to-toe in the middle of the ring. Yeah, Lescurat has moved around. Oh, big right hand
from Chavez. That's one of the best punches of the fight for either lady, landed here in the 10th round. Man, Chavez wants it. She's bringing it.
In 2-minute rounds, they definitely cannot waste time. They have to go, and Chavez supremely conditioned. Same for the champion as well.
Man, strong push here from Chavez in the last round. That's where that youthful exuberance comes into play.
Yeah. 16-year age difference between the champion Lescurat, 35 years of age, and Chavez, 19 years old. And Chavez going all out here, trying to see if she can get the last round and win this fight. Lescurat, that experience moving. And Ronnie just looking for that opening. Oh, another good exchange there between both fighters. There's a southpaw switch.
She is just not as effective in southpaw position. I'm not sure why she's doing that. She was having a really good round until she switched.
Well, that's like the second time that she did that in the fight, and it was later in the rounds as well. As this fight goes the distance, 10 rounds, and the crowd at the Casino Buenos Aires, well, they witnessed the show, a good fight with both fighters going and letting the hands go and trying to knock each other out there. It didn't quite work out in terms of a knockout, but still an entertaining, strong fight between Clara Lescurat.
Yeah, very good competitive fight with these ladies. A lot of adjustments made from both sides. You have the experience of Lescurat and that youthful exuberance from Chavez with a strong push, especially late. Excellent, excellent matchup.
And win or lose for Regina Chavez, she has definitely put on a strong performance here. And given a good accounting of herself, we'll take a look at some of the best action from the whole fight. In the first 2 rounds, there was some wide looping shots, and they were really going at it toe-to-toe.
Non-stop. There was very little movement. They could have fought in a phone booth in the first 2 rounds. Some adjustments were made by the defending champion because she needed to. She was getting out-punched on the inside. I thought Chavez won the first 2 rounds easy. And then the 3rd round, the champion made an adjustment. Chavez then made her own adjustment in the 4th. And then the middle rounds, Lescurat was very, very effective. Rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, but Chavez came on strong at the end.
I think this
should be some very interesting scorecards.
De coronar a la campeona mundial Super Mosca AMB.
The WBA Super
Fallo oficial
Flyweight
de la pelea, el combate se dirime en las tarjetas de los señores
going to the cards of the judges. A unanimous decision.
Tarjeta del juez Carlos Villegas.
Carlos Villegas.
97-93.
97-93.
Tarjeta del juez Gloria Martínez.
Gloria Martínez.
99-91. Y por último, tarjeta del juez Cristian Delgado.
Christian Delgado.
97-93.
Ganadora
del combate por decisión unánime de los
winner
jueces.
by unanimous decision by the judges.
Y mantiene el
And
reinado
maintains
en la categoría Super Mosca
her championship as the WBA Super Featherweight title. Clara Lescurat improves to 10 wins and remains undefeated and holds on to the belt.
99-91. That judge filled out the scorecard before they showed up at the arena.
Yeah.
Saludamos a nuestro DJ
99-91. Well, unanimous decision there for Clara Lescurat. And the main event is coming up with Josue Agüero, undefeated, taking on the Mexican Francisco Lucero here at the Casino Buenos Aires. That should be an interesting fight. For the WBA Fede Latin Super Featherweight title, 130 pounds. And coming out first is Francisco Lucero from Hermosillo, Sonora. In Mexico, Sonora, of course, one of the northern states in Mexico, bordering Texas and New Mexico as well. I'm a geography nerd, so I like stuff like that. And this will be a difficult fight for Lucero, who is fighting for the first time outside of Mexico. But he is coming in, performing very well. And of course, the local, well, he's not local, he's not from Buenos Aires, he's from Catamarca. Catamarca, another province in the northern eastern part of Argentina, right there on the Chilean border. Josue Francisco Agüero stepping to the ring here against Lucero, nicknamed the Machine. La Máquina in Spanish. Yep, La Máquina.
That was my nickname at Robert Garcia's gym when I was training.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, actually, you know who gave me that nickname?
Who?
Marcos Maidana.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
okay, nice.
We were sparring partners, and we ran sprints together. And he was always amazed at how long I could run. So he called me La Máquina.
Nice. See, we got Marcos Maidana. Well, Dorian Maidana is not related, but Lescurat has a connection to Marcos Maidana, and now we're seeing that the champ here, Chris Algieri, has one as well. Marcos Maidana, of course, at Chino, one of the great champions in Argentine boxing. Was a two-time world champion, two-division world champion as well. So definitely an important figure in Argentine boxing. Marcos Chino Maidana. Well, this should be interesting here between Josue Agüero and Francisco Lucero. Coming into this one, Agüero, excuse me, 10-0, 5 by knockout. And Francisco Lucero, 16 wins, 4 losses, 4 draws, but 12 by knockout. So Lucero has some powers. Has some power, I should say. Powers makes it sound like some Marvel superhero thing, yeah. Or like The Boys. By the way, another season of The Boys coming out on Amazon. That should be good. But I digress. 10 rounds, super featherweight for the WBA Fede Latin super featherweight title. 130 pounds, 59 kilos. And there is the Mexican Francisco Javier Lucero coming into this fight.
Another Argentine-Mexico matchup.
Yeah.
Classic, a modern classic in the making.
Hopefully we will see a classic, yes. Lucero coming in on a 6-fight winning streak after beating Jose Juan Valdez Morales in Tijuana back in November.
He's a big 130-pounder. Jeez.
Yeah, definitely living up to La Máquina, the machine, with that size there. 22 years of age, the Argentine from Catamarca. And his last fight was here at the Casino Buenos Aires. And won by technical knockout over Pablo Ojeda. But as you said, Chris, he is big for 130.
Yeah, wow. 22 years old. That's the thing. When you're young, man, you can cut a lot of weight.
And Lucero coming into this fight, 32 years of age.
10-year
gap. Difference. It should be interesting here between La Máquina and, well, unfortunately, Lucero doesn't have a nickname, but maybe if he wins this or we see something during the fight, we can give him one. That would be sweet. That would be sweet. So the first round of the WBA Fede Latin Super Featherweight title fight. The champion holding the belt is Agüero, so he's making his first title defense. So La Máquina in those, I guess, silver grayish. Oh, no, excuse me. La Máquina is in the flaps with the purple and white trim, and the Mexican in the silver and gray.
Good combination from La Máquina. Starts at the body, works his way up, finishes with the left hook upstairs. There it is again. Ooh. Likes that double left hand.
One to the body, then going high there, searching for the head, and up.
Yeah, you can see the physical strength of La Máquina. He pushed Lucero off with his upper body, no problem. Nice stab jab to the belly there, and a big left hook upstairs.
Big left hand. Lucero is down early.
5, 6,
referee counts.
And listen, that's a fundamental textbook combination. Stab jab to the body, fake it down low, throw the left hook upstairs, caught Lucero right on the point of the chin, put him on his back, and
Lucero's in trouble here. Agüero has him in the corner.
Unloading.
Agüero trying to finish this fight here in the first round, catches him, and the referee stops the fight, justifiably so.
That's all she wrote.
Big time victory there for Josué Agüero. It started with that left hand, dropping Lucero, and then the flurry in the corner to finish him, and the referee does the right thing to stop the fight there before Lucero absorbs any more punishment. Big time victory for Agüero, very impressive. He now moves to 11-0, 6 wins by knockout.
Very, very solid performance. Living up to the nickname La Máquina. Excellent, excellent work. Good fundamentals. Look big, look strong. Fast hands when you need to finish. Excellent, excellent performance.
Yeah, big time fight there and power there by Agüero, and Lucero, who had, as I mentioned before, a 6-fight win streak coming into this. Well, he just seemed overmatched. That left hand, oh.
I mentioned that setup. He had that stab jab down low, and then the right hand, his right hand was down because he was thinking about the body work. And that left hook went right over that glove. Boom. Perfect shot.
Yeah, look how quick that left. That's a quick left hand.
Bang, bang, over the top. And this is where I said the name Máquina came into play. He really let those hands go, unloading fast hands, combinations, putting the pressure, not allowing Lucero to even fire back. And that was really why the ref had stepped in, and no argument from Lucero.
And he wasn't defending himself at all. He was just getting pounded in the corner there. This Agüero at 130, he looks cut too.
Yeah. Big, strong, fit.
Samsung Boxing y
Second
Techo Box al
first round
frente de
knockout
este
in a
mega
row.
festival. Ya está con nosotros también en el ring el supervisor por la AMB, el señor Lautaro Moreno, que se encargará de coronar al vencedor de esta pelea. Tiempo oficial de la definición. Al minuto 16 segundos del primer asalto, el referee del combate, el señor Lucas Salvador Catalinich, decidió que tenemos knockout técnico, ganador de la pelea y mantiene el reinado de la categoría Superpluma Fede Latina AMB de Catamarca, La Máquina,
Josué Agüero. First round TKO of Francisco Lucero here on ProBox TV. Now from time to time, we'll give you those international fights that took place days ago. This one's Saturday, February 24th, that have been aired in your area. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Chris Algieri and the great people behind the scenes producing, thank you very much for watching this presentation on ProBox TV, your boxing channel.